Okay, thank you for joining us. This is the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting, 9 a.m. Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025. First item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, citizen input for any items not on the agenda. Is there anybody with a raised hand feature remotely? Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner announcements.
Oh, after talking to Mr. Riggs this morning, I just thought of something. When I was talking to the Redmond crowd Saturday night at the parade, several contractors happened to be people that I talked to, and they said, please, Oregon needs to remove some of the regulations. Building here is really difficult. So anyway, yeah, Doug, just talking to you reminded me of what those people said. Our regulations are really killing a lot of businesses. They're moving elsewhere to build houses. It's a lot easier and they can make money and, start the project when they get there.
Thank you.
I'll share that the local public safety coordinating council met yesterday to discuss the juvenile detention assessment that was done by Community Justice. And the result of that, all three of us have seen that work and the recommendation from the work group that was assembled to evaluate that assessment. And the result of that is that the LPSC will be recommending to the Budget Committee and to the Board of Commissioners to adopt alternative B, the one that was recommended forward by the working group in the first place. So, I just wanted to make sure that my fellow commissioners understand that that's coming our way in the not too distant future. And it's, in terms of commentary on the proposal, the LPSC was concerned about the reduction in staffing, a reduction in FTE levels of almost 20% in our juvenile detention function. But they really appreciated that, this helps us to make the budget for that function more sustainable. And the LPSC, just like the work group, was really committed to keeping our kids. These are our kids, keeping our kids here, so that they can connect with their families, they can connect with their judges and the courts that they need to work with, so that they can connect with mental health service providers and other people in our community, in their community, who can support them in not becoming lifelong criminals. So it was a very moving meeting of the LPSC, people coming together around kids in our community who need support and help.
Thank you. Another announcement, I was able to attend the Lapine Park and Recreation District board meeting last night, just a regular board meeting, but the folks that we appointed on that board a year later are working together well. So it's good for us to hear, it's a separate entity, but we ended up in that appointment process. So all five are working together well. The big action last night was bringing their 40-acre campground from a foundation-led project back under the district itself. So they have management capacity to be able to do that, which was pretty exciting. But as I say, I just was able to attend, say hi to the folks, see how they work together, and it was real positive. At this time, consent agenda.
I would like to pull item number 2. I know the internal auditor had done a report on that contract, and I just want to make sure that this contract is the best that we can do, because revenue is really critical.
So for discussion.
Yeah, just for discussion, just to know if some of the recommendations had been implemented when we renegotiated this contract.
Okay, we'll see if we have anybody that can help us talk through
I
that.
think Eric's here. I see him.
Okay, Okay, so we'll do that after. Then consent agenda, item number 2 has been proposed pulled.
And I move everything else.
With the note that the purchase agreement amounts in item number 1 for the Peterson Caterpillar
Right.
980 loader was reduced in the packet. So with that, I'll second.
Okay, so yeah, the item number 1, about $7,000 less than it was proposed. So that's just bringing in those dollars. It's been moved and seconded. And for items 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, 4, and 5. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. Item number 2, so approval of an amendment to the contract for Oregon Beverage Services for alcohol management at the Fair and Expo Center.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Eric Krupp, Interim Fair and Expo Director. Also online, we have Ben Collier from Oregon Beverage Services, in case there are questions for
Great.
him. Thank you for the question about the audit recommendations. The audit had a couple of main recommendations. One recommendation was to clarify contract language regarding roles and responsibilities between the county or the Fair and Expo Center and Oregon Beverage Services. This contract does address that. The amendment, or not amendment, the extended contract includes a new Exhibit B, which outlines the operational procedures and clarifies what role Deschutes County Fair and Expo has and what role Oregon Beverage Service has. The audit pointed out that there were cases where it was unclear about who owned the alcohol at what points, and the operational procedures clearly delineate and outline that. Elise West from the Fair and Expo Center worked closely with Oregon Beverage Service on these operational procedures, and that clarifies and satisfies that audit recommendation. There was also 1 or 2 audit recommendations that said the whole program should be looked at and determine whether or not alcohol sales should be brought in-house versus contracting out. That is ongoing. That's one of the things that I will assign to the new Fair and Expo Director once we hire them, which the board knows we have not done yet. So that's an outstanding and ongoing recommendation. But along those lines, the contract before you extends the contract for 1 additional year. There is a 30-day out clause for either party. So if the Fair and Expo decided to bring that in-house, that we don't have to wait till the end of the contract to do that.
And so that it's an extension of 1 year, adding and including Exhibit B now in response to the audit.
That's correct. And just as background, there was an RFP done a number of years ago. Oregon Beverage Service was awarded the contract. It was structured as I call it a 3-1-1. So it was a 3-year contract, which is coming to an end at the end of this month, with options to renew for additional 1-year periods, 2 1-year periods, 3-1-1.
I do have a question. Eric, do these people provide the non-alcoholic drinks too at the fairgrounds or not?
Yes, they do.
They do. Because even at the latest wherever I was at, and I tried to just get soda water with a lime in it, and they always act like they don't have enough mixer. And I'm going, I was just reading in the Wall Street Journal that 54% of Americans now are drinking alcohol, but there's a huge group of people that aren't drinking alcohol. And I would hope that they would perhaps maybe step up and have a lot more non-alcoholic drinks for people.
Mr. Collier's here too. He might be able to speak to that.
Yes, Ben, would you like to
What is
comment?
he seeing in the market?
I mean, that's, I can remember.
2 for 1 here.
Yeah.
Commissioners, can you hear us okay?
Yes.
Good morning. Thank you for having us, and we appreciate the discussion. My name's Jason. My family is the owners of Oregon Beverage Services. I could elaborate a little bit more on the NA drinks, and we get exactly where you're coming from. It's a little bit different at every event. The county does their own in-house concessions, and so mostly, any sodas, that kind of thing, at a like the pavilion for a rodeo, that kind of thing gets sold out of the concession stand. We're all about customer service, and, you know, we tell our people that, hey, if somebody just wants a soda water with a lime, sell it to them. And we'll reiterate that because I totally understand and get where you're coming from. And, you know, we try to, you know, just work with whoever, either the concession areas, or if we're at like a banquet, like the Festival of Trees this weekend. If the caterer is doing NA, we don't want to step on their toes, but we definitely want to be in the customer service business. And we'll reiterate that to all of our teams over there and people doing the event, so it's more consistent.
Oh, thank you so much, because I thought it would have been a little more friendly when I wanted my soda water, and
Yeah, I
it
don't
like it was
like
still
the
being
reason I
rationed. So,
totally apologize, and hopefully that was just a
well, don't
one.
apologize, but I'm just saying there is a large crowd of people now that realize, you know, sometimes drinking is not the ideal option.
Yeah, understood.
Great. Well, good discussion there. Thanks for being our partner in this. Fairgrounds is a exciting operation out there. Obviously, it goes from 0 to 100 miles an hour on the weekends for different events. So thanks for being our partner.
So thank you, Eric, for all that clarification. I'm happy now to move approval of the agreement to the contract with Oregon Beverage Services for alcohol management and sales at the Fair and Expo Center.
Second.
Any other discussion?
Well, I'll just say that during the first round of interviews for the Fair and Expo director position, several of the candidates mentioned beverage revenue as an opportunity for improvement at Fair and Expo. So it'll be great to really evaluate this over the next year, but I'm pretty comfortable with moving forward with a one-year extension of this agreement right now.
So calling for the vote, Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Chair will vote yes. Thank you.
Also, I'd like to thank Kim for her work closely with Elise. She's instrumental as well. And thank you for Oregon Beverage Service for joining us today in the partnership.
Thank
Hey,
you.
thank
And we'll see you Saturday night.
There you go. Item number 6, legislative updates. 2026 legislative short session is coming quick. And Doug, thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jen Patterson, Strategic Initiatives Manager for the record. I'll just give a very quick intro and then turn it over to Doug. So the 2026 Oregon legislative session is scheduled to run from February 2nd, 2026 through March 9th, 2026. Legislative concept drafts were due by November 21st, 2025. And so Doug is here to provide an update on what he's hearing at the Capitol and what he's hearing throughout the state. And he has a PowerPoint presentation too, so you'll have something on your screen to look at. With that, I'll turn it over to Doug.
Great. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Doug Riggs on your behalf. Happy to
Go ahead and pull the mic a little closer.
go. Is that better?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, now I can hear myself. Came over the pass this morning and disappointingly there was no snow. Ice and 29 degrees at the summit, and it was beautiful. I took a fantastic picture of Black Butte on the way over, but no snow, so pray for snow. So as Jen mentioned, we were here in September and kind of gave you an overview of some of the priorities of our local legislative delegation. And that list is in the PowerPoint, but I thought I'd go through just a quick update of what's going on. A lot happening. So I'll go through it kind of quickly. I think one of the biggest concerns that we are facing in Salem is a decline in income tax revenues and corporate activity tax revenues, possibly also lottery bonding revenues as well. And so there was a revenue forecast that came out in early September that was very dire. There was a new one that just came out that I'll get to here in a second. It was a little less dire, but we'll see. The final revenue forecast will come out just before the session begins in February. And at that point, they will use that to make adjustments during the 35-day short session. Many surveys have come out, and we've certainly seen this on CNBC and NBC and the Wall Street Journal, surveying the business climate and the perception here. As Commissioner Adair mentioned, there have been businesses announcing closures, announcing departures. The problem for Oregon is that since we're an income tax-based state, the number of employees that we have determines how much money we have in the state coffers to pay for projects. And so it is going to lead the Ways and Means Committee to make budget adjustments during the short session. The other factor here is that there are potential federal cuts on the way. We certainly know that the state's at risk for about $1.2 billion in Medicaid reductions because we fund a program called Healthier Oregon Program, which provides healthcare for undocumented individuals here in the state. We fund that out of general fund dollars. So we don't use federal dollars for that program, and there's no federal match for that program, but we fund it through and we funnel those recipients through the federally funded Medicaid program. So the federal government argues that we're subsidizing that health care by running those individuals through the Medicaid program. Other states have taken efforts to remove that population from the Medicaid population to avoid that $1.2 billion cut or the equivalent in other states, but that hasn't happened here yet, so it could happen. And then the other problem we're facing is we have an avalanche of costs at the state level, not just that HOP program, that Healthier Oregon program, which has gone from $100 million to $1.5 billion, but also growth in state employees by 13% since 2021. So those two are fairly significant cost drivers. So what is next? As I mentioned, the latest forecast, which came out just 2 weeks ago, was, I said less bad. It's probably bad grammar, but less dire. I don't know if less bad is grammatically correct, but
I didn't write that down, so I don't think you said that.
that's right. Good. Don't quote me on that. But it was certainly less dire than the one issued in September. The one in September indicated that the state would have about $358 million less in revenues than we had projected at the end of this last session in June. That's a significant drop, $3 billion drop in expected revenues in just a few months. By the time the November forecast came around, they had adjusted that to only be $63 million less than expected. As I was talking to Commissioner Adair before the meeting, and one of the things that a lot of us have questions about is are those numbers artificially higher as far as job numbers because we did not have the federal job numbers because we were in the middle of a federal shutdown. And so it could be that we'll get to the next forecast, now the federal government is opened, those numbers will be provided to the state from the federal government and the numbers could be lower. And so the numbers could be lower and that thus the loss could be higher. So I did not major in math in college. I had trouble with introduction to algebra, but I can say that, lower revenues mean higher cuts. So that's concerning. So that leads to the question of where the cuts might be. And you've all seen from the AOC and from earlier reports, suggested cuts from agencies of 2.5% and 5%. We've been through this routine many, many times before in the state. I will tell you that those recommendations very seldom are what the legislature ends up cutting. Agencies tend to submit things to the legislature that are kind of uncuttable. And there are things that are so important that the legislature says, no, we're not going to cut that. And then that kind of takes the agencies off the hook and the legislature has to make their own decision on cuts. One of the things that I'll just give you an example of a cut that would make no sense, and that would be to community corrections, which didn't even get the cost increase, but there are conversations about whether or not the legislature might cut community corrections again. That leads to higher mandatory costs. And so that is one thing that all of us in the county advocacy world are urging the legislature. And I met with the chair of the Ways and Means Committee last week, Senator Lieber. I urged her not to cut programs that seem to be, well, if you cut $1, that's great. But you haven't really cut $1 because you're going to spend $3 on the back end. If you cut a program that's $15.15 or $18.15 a day, community corrections per individual, and then they go back into a system that's $170 a day, that's not a cut. That's an increase in mandatory costs. So I think that the Ways and Means Committee this time, unlike 2009, 10, 11, is trying to consider those dynamic impacts. Next slide. Not going to take too much longer, but this is the timeline. We'll have one more set of interim hearings in January. The short session is 35 days. It begins the first week of February. There are limits on bills, which is very nice for all of us who have to and Jen,
Mhm.
especially, who have to go through the bills. I can tell you that it was not fun to go through all those bills, 4,000 bills last session. This year we'll only have about 360 total bills, and possibly less because some members might not submit 2 bills. Committees have 3 bills, members have 2 bills. So there's going to be a bill limit. The governor has no bills actually, which is a change. And I would say this will be a budget cuts focus session. I've urged people not to expect that there to be any additional funding. And when you go and you ask for additional funding, the first thing Ways and Means will say, okay, you're asking for $10. What are you going to cut that's $15? And so they're putting us in a very tight position. I wanted to get back just briefly to the job numbers. This is why the job numbers are concerning. You see 2 charts. One on the top picture shows WARN notices, which is the federal requirement for notifying the government when you intend to lay off large numbers of folks. And of course, it spiked during 2020 and COVID. So, but if you take that spike off, what you see is that the highest, most recent WARN notice that we've got on the far right almost identically matches the highest number that we had in 2008, 2009. That's a very concerning number. It's a flat line. And so we are at the point of WARN notices in Oregon that we were at before the Great Recession in 2008, 9, and 10. And that there were a lot of job losses that caused, again, we go back, we're an income tax based state. So you could see if that number continues going up, the state will have significant revenue problems. So again, a lot of us are urging the legislature to learn from the past, AOC, and individual counties and people who've worked on these issues. There aren't a lot of folks who were left from the last downturn. If you look at the legislature, there are about 8 legislators out of the 90, I think, who were here in 2008, 3 in the House and 5 in the Senate. So not a lot of experience having gone through this before. So they're trying to go back and say, what did we do right and what did we do wrong? And one of the things that they shouldn't do is they shouldn't cut these programs that lead to a higher mandatory cost. They shouldn't cut things like youth programs, which lead to a higher long-term cost. And so those are some of the lessons from the past. Almost done here. I will say that the governor held a press conference yesterday at Lamb Research in Tualatin. I was invited, so I attended. Chatted with her briefly at the very end. She is hearing these concerns and has appointed is going to appoint a prosperity council. She hasn't announced who's going to be on the prosperity council. She's going to appoint a prosperity advisor, or I guess you could call it a czar, to try to cut through red tape, address the issues and the concerns that businesses are having. So we'll see where that goes. Yesterday was just the announcement. I'm not sure what the outcome is going to be, but certainly she has an interest in this. Legislators have an interest in this. We'll see if any of that leads to changes. I know there's a housing red tape, bureaucratic acceleration type of bill that's being discussed by the House co-chair, Representative Pam Marsh, and I think Representative Breeze Iverson is involved in that. So maybe we'll see a few things come out of it. And I'm almost done, and then I'll take questions. Just a reminder, these are some of the topics that our delegation raised as potential bills. The deadline for filing, as Jen mentioned, was November 21st. Those bills will be released back to the requesters, so the legislators, in December, and then they will decide whether or not to introduce them. I'm sure that we'll hear more from them in the next few weeks, but these are items that we might be able to join with them and work on. And there's some items that the commission has talked about in the past. And I'll share some good news, which is after $1.72 billion in the 3 phases of the seismic restoration of the Capitol, which is a shocking amount, the Capitol is almost done. I poked my head in downstairs and took a look, and these are a couple of the pictures. It's a very bright, clean, brand new space. They totally gutted the underside of the building so they could put the building on springs and stilts. So everything downstairs is brand new. There are 3 new hearing rooms, hearing room 30, 40, and 50. They all have skylights, so you get natural lighting coming in. There's a brand new cafeteria. There's a place for the lobbyists to be, so we get to not be homeless in the Capitol anymore. We get to put our backpacks and bags down. There are conference rooms down, so when, commissioners are there, we're going to be able to reserve conference rooms for meetings. So I'm probably more excited than I should be, but I'm excited that a building is almost done because it has been a painful process for the last 7 years.
7 years?
Yeah,
And what did you say the final cost was then?
as of last January, if you add all,
Last January? You mean January of 25?
yeah, as of January 25, you had all 3 phases up starting in 2008, which was the first phase, and the second phase was 2015. The third phase was 2019. It was $1.72 billion.
7.2 billion.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said.
A lot of money. So the
Okay.
latest phase was in the $500 to $600 million. But we'll have a capital that will not fall down if people are in the Capitol now in a seismic event, which is good. So anyway, sorry to drone on for so long, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Oh, I'm happy to announce that the Juniper bill from last year, or this year, I guess you could say, actually, the Deschutes County Soil and Water had sent out a message on that. For people that don't have 100 acres, please get together with your neighbors and then give them a call so that we can get help, or you can get help for removing junipers. So yeah, it was 5.2 million for 7 counties, and Deschutes County was allocated 585,000. So I'm seeing some of my neighbors take some junipers down, and I'm really happy that I'm hoping they can get some help with that funding.
Thanks. Commissioner Chang.
There are a couple of legislative strands I wanted to ask about. First, transient lodging tax. Can you give us an update on what's happening with those bills that died in the last session and might be coming back?
Yeah, Commissioner, the transient lodging tax bill will be coming back this next session. Representative Jules Walters in the House will be the lead on that bill. There'll be Senate and House sponsors. It will be very similar to the bill that almost passed last session that was held up at the end by the Senate Finance Committee. My understanding is that both the Senate and the House Revenue and Finance Committees have agreed to move the bill, and it's believed that there are the votes necessary to pass it. Again, what the bill does is it gives communities an option. So it doesn't mandate that the formula be changed in any way, shape, or form. It gives communities an option, elected members of local governments, the option to adjust it and to address public safety in particular issues, but as well as a handful of other issues as a result of increased tourism. So it seems like there's broad support. It did pass the House. It got to the Senate. It got held up in the Senate, but I fully expect that it's going to be one of the items that will be on the docket for next year. I think people realize that local governments are struggling to address basic community needs, and this is one way to give local communities flexibility to meet the needs in their community based on their individual local challenges they're facing.
Mm-hmm. When I spoke with representatives of Visit Central Oregon recently, they expressed concern about whether this would be forward-looking or backward-looking at existing increments of tax or new increments of tax, and they had particular concern. Here in Deschutes County, on the first 6%, 20% goes to Visit Central Oregon. The seventh 1%, 100% is currently allocated to Visit Central Oregon. So depending on the ratio that's assigned, if it's 70% to local government, 30% to tourism promotion, destination management, on that particular percentage, the seventh 1%, it could be a huge hit for them. So on the first 6% where they get 20%, but 30% would actually be a bump, conceivably. But they were very concerned about losing the bulk of that seventh 1%, and so I'm going to want to know, and I think we all should want to know what's being discussed in terms of whether this is, again, forward-looking, just new increments of tax, or backwards-looking, and what kind of a split is being assigned. Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand. I appreciate that this is opt in, opt out, but even if I can tell, Visit Central Oregon that I support, you know, uh, keeping them at a basically keeping them where they are. That's what they're concerned about, is keeping them where they're at, not losing ground. Even though I can assure them that I support that. If this change occurs, then we can't guarantee that a future Board of Commissioners is going to feel the same way. So, want to track that bill very closely, and if you can keep us appraised. And I want to put out for my fellow commissioners that I think, based on that concern about that seventh 1% and 100% of it currently being allocated to Visit Central Oregon, maybe it would make sense for us to be more actively engaged in this bill, and advocating for our for the appropriate regional balance for our community.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. What I'll do is I'll go back and once the draft is out, which I expect it to be out and available for public consumption within a couple weeks, I will flag the specific sections of the bill that talk about the optional nature as well as the allocation, so we can have the actual bill language. I think that there was some lack of clarity in the initial drafts of the bill last session that led to large scale concerns from a lot of the tourist industry groups and the lodging groups. I think by the end of the session, some of that language had been cleared up, but like I said, I haven't seen the final draft of this bill, but I'll get that to the commissioners and to Jen, and then we can distribute that and take a look at it. So, but it is on our tracking list. It's one of the top things that we've got to follow this bill, and as soon as it comes out, send it out.
Thank you. So the second strand I wanted to track was community corrections. I mean, you already mentioned that state agencies are being asked to put forward these 2.5% and 5% reduction scenarios. Is there anything else going on with community corrections? Any other discussions, about something besides cuts that are going on? We are really interested in getting the full amount that the cost study of last year identified, to support that function. I mean, it's critically important for the parole and probation function is critically important for our community. I mean, this is a really one of our best opportunities to rehabilitate people, so they don't recidivize and commit further crimes. So, just curious if there is any momentum, like a core group or anything like that that's pushing for full community corrections funding.
Yeah, Commissioner, there have been a series of meetings over the last couple of months with both AOC and all the county advocates meeting together with the community corrections directors. AOC is working on putting together a fact sheet, and we're trying to come up with what is our request, what's a reasonable request for a 2026 session that will have very little or no revenues. But the argument that I would make is, don't go back to what the old style thinking, which is, if I don't spend $1, I'm going to save $1. We should have learned from the last downturn that when we didn't spend some additional dollars on things, we ended up spending more dollars. I mean, it sounds counterintuitive, but that's kind of the static versus dynamic economic analysis. And we saw this time and time again. I mean, I'll give you one example. Homeless youth programs. The legislature made a decision in 2011 to eliminate the commissions on children and families that had all the homeless youth dollars. So we stopped spending money on homeless youth, and guess what? We did not save any money, because now we have this avalanche of adults who were kids, teenagers back then, who got no services. They are orders of magnitude more expensive to the state than it would have been if we just invested a little. Community corrections is a great example of that kind of a program. So, unfortunately, as we've seen, it's been difficult to convince the legislature of that truth. And so that is something we are constantly struggling with. But there are efforts to kind of put that message together, and AOC is helping to coordinate that. And I expect to see something very soon. The goal is to have something this month for commissioners and counties to look at the AOC meetings, and then something that we could use in January with legislators as we're going out and talking to them.
Yeah, I mean, in response to hearing about the tightness of resources at adult parole and probation, the DA was actually asking, well, should I be trying to prosecute more people and send them to jail? So it's like, do we want to trade off those costs, having more parole and probation officers for clogging up our courts and clogging up our jails and all the expenses that we face there? I mean, it's a really bad. That's a really bad choice. So I'm pretty confident our DA would be willing to testify on this issue as needed.
Yeah, fill in. So Association of Morgan Counties, I'll be a co-chair with the Public Safety Committee. Commissioner King out of Yamhill County and I will be side by side. So I think we're having a meeting, I guess January 12th is our AOC meeting right before the legislative session, because before that in December here is the Leadership Summit in Portland. So we're not having an AOC meeting that day, but also the COCO Central Oregon Legislative Summit in December 15th. So we have a few opportunities to talk about this with some, for us as Central Oregon, but also on ramp for AOC also.
Great. All right. The third strand I wanted to ask about was transportation funding. As we all know, there was a small transportation package passed in special session in the fall this year. Now there are efforts afoot to repeal that through a citizen ballot measure, and I'm curious, I would like it if the people who are advancing this repeal measure have a viable, real alternative proposal for how we adequately fund operations and maintenance of our state highway system. Because the result, if we don't have a viable, real plan that you could pass in this short session coming up, would be that we repeal the operations and maintenance funding, and we are in a dire situation after that. Basically to maintain the plowing crews and maintenance teams that ODOT is maintaining right now. We're eating into their ODOT's funding for the second half of the biennium, right? So they're front loading their funding for the biennium, the little operations and maintenance funding that they have into these months right now, based on the governor's request that they sustain staffing levels through this period when that special session legislation was supposed to be passed and implemented. So essentially, if there's no real viable alternative proposal for funding operations and maintenance, then the only way I can describe this ballot measure is as the yes on fatal crashes ballot measure, because that will be the result for the people of Central Oregon and the people of Oregon.
Commissioners, I'd say a couple things, which is the ballot measure appears very likely to qualify. They were at 162,000 signatures gathered a few days ago, and it seemed like they were gathering about 10,000 every couple of days. Their goal is to get to 200,000 signatures. There's no conceivable way that it won't qualify for the ballot. They have until December 31st to, I believe, to collect signatures, so they could exceed 200,000 signatures. So it will be on the ballot. What I can comment on is a couple of things. First of all, there are going to be choices the legislature will have to make if it qualifies. So the Secretary of State said, yes, it's much more than the 78,000 needed. So there'd be two options for the legislature. Number one, they could move up the dates. So it's a statutory ballot referral, so they could move the date of the election from November to May. Now, I don't think that has an impact on whether or not it will pass or fail. It probably, my guess, based on the polls, is it would repealing the measure will pass, so the taxes will fail, but it would take it off the November ballot, and which is going to be crowded with other things, and it would give the legislature an opportunity to maybe pass an alternative. So as you mentioned, there have been discussions about an alternative. The Republicans proposed an alternative in the spring that was not adopted.
Yeah, that wasn't real. I mean, there was
Correct.
gross errors in that proposal. You know, saying that you're going to rent out parts of the ODOT building and secure $50 million when any realtor in town in Salem will tell you that it's only you may get 3 million. I mean that you know, I'm talking about a real proposal, and you know, people need to take this very seriously. You know, this is not this is turning into political games, and our safety is at stake. The safety of hundreds of thousands of Oregonians is at stake with this issue. So.
Yeah, and I'm not commenting on whether or not it was a legitimate proposal or not, but what I'm saying is that the other alternative would be which has been discussed. I don't know if it'll come to fruition, but the short session could repeal the measure that just got referred to the ballot, since it probably is going to fail, and they could sit down and try to come up with an alternative that wouldn't generate a referral. That's way above my pay grade, and I can't tell you what might or might not be in it. But those are the two options as I see, as we're looking at the 2026 short session. The option would be to push it off, and option B would be to repeal it and try to come up with an alternative. I don't see discussions between Republicans and Democrats taking place that would indicate option B is likely to occur in February. So I think that the only option that I see occurring in February might be pushing it to May instead of November, and then possibly trying to come back with some sort of a special session on transportation. But again, to get a special session on an alternative, you need both sides to be at the table and trying to agree on something. So whatever the next alternative would be, it wouldn't also be referred to the ballot. And so, as I say, those decisions are not in my pay grade, but those are the two options for them that could be considered.
Yeah, well, people don't like taxes the way that this is being framed. You know, people don't understand what they're getting for their taxes. So I am pretty confident that referendum is going to pass, and that House Bill 3991 will be repealed. And so I'm already thinking to the next stage, which is, you know, when do we start to see the real alternatives? And I hope that you, as our lobbyist in Salem, can keep track of that and let us know when there are serious efforts to address the operations and maintenance funding needs that we have. You know, gaining momentum, because we should be right there supporting those efforts.
Absolutely, and it's something that I think we're tracking very closely. Clearly, we need to have the finances to pay for safety and maintenance and operations of ODOT, and it will be it's going to be a tough situation if the ballot measure passes. It would still be a tough situation if the ballot measure failed and the taxes went into effect, because we have challenges beyond just what is included in that measure. So
It'll make us we're now fourth highest tax state in the nation. We have 60% of our people that can't afford a $400 emergency, and you want to put more of a gas tax on people. And then there's an Oregon clean energy tax in gas. If you heard the gas averages for the nation, we're usually $1 above, and today it was consistently $1 above the national average. So it would put us to the second highest tax state. You know, my son who moved here from California, his take-home pay is so much less. It's, you know, and this weekend I happened to run into a couple of people that actually moved back to California. You know, we've got to spend our money where we say we're going to spend it. I've driven 79,000 miles the last 3 years, and I can tell you there are so many potholes all over the state. And where was that maintenance money going the last 3 years?
The basic problem is that House Bill 2017 promised a whole bunch of large new capital construction projects and underfunded operations and maintenance. And we are experiencing the crisis of that legislative error more and more each year since the passage of House Bill 2017. That's why we're having an operations and maintenance funding shortfall. And it is important for everybody to understand that, what money we can and can't use for transportation. We can't use your income taxes for transportation. We can't use property taxes for transportation. We can only use the state highway fund for operations and maintenance of our state highway system, and our county road system is largely dependent on the state highway fund as well. We are, if you just look at things like the gas tax rate, the vehicle registrations rate, and other fees that are charged at DMV, those are, we're middle of the road to high among states. But if you look at all of the tools for funding transportation, we are lower than almost every other Western state in the United States. And I have a pretty good analysis from ODOT that I can share with anyone who's interested in seeing that if they'd like to. In fact, if someone will just remind me, I can submit it and put it in the public record for this meeting. But it's really important for people to understand that we do not have all the same tools for funding transportation that other Western states have. And that is one of the reasons why we are in, such a desperate situation in terms of operations and maintenance of our road systems.
But I do believe our gas tax revenue was perhaps maybe $585 million. Something like that. I know that they were talking about that it had been going down when actually it seriously went up. So yeah, gas is I think it's $1, maybe less now this year than it was last.
And a couple last week, or maybe it was even Monday, I'm kind of losing track, but when we brought the ODOT Region 4 a maintenance manager in, he told us how many millions of dollars just basic maintenance, or a basic season of snow plowing might cost us, just in Region 4 of the state. So again, gas tax generates a significant amount of money, and we do not have all the same tools that other states have to fund road operations and maintenance, and that is why it's not enough. I mean, it's the same as, in some ways it's similar to, as our parallel to, as long as we only have income tax to run our state, and we don't have the other tools that other states use to fund state programming, we're going to be A, heavily dependent on income taxes, B, we're constantly going to face stress and strain and pressures to increase income taxes because we don't have the same tools that other states have.
Thank you very much, Doug. We could go on, and I've got thoughts there too, but there'll be a few opportunities to talk about this before that legislative session. Thanks for what you're doing for us, keeping an eye on what's going on in Salem.
Thank you.
And thanks for sharing that you almost made the Redmond High School rodeo team. You tried out. Better to have tried out than not, Doug.
Thank you.
Item number 7, public hearing and consideration of an order approving annexation into the Redmond Fire and Rescue District. We're going to have 2 of these, and these go pretty quick unless you're all here to give us opinions about it.
Morning, Commissioners. Dave Doyle, County Council. First matter before you is order number 2025-054. It's a single parcel annexation into the Redmond Fire and Rescue District. It's been reviewed by all the proper authorities. The district is welcoming this parcel in. Again, the owner of the parcel wants to be in. This is the time set for a public hearing. We would ask that you open the public hearing, call for anybody that might want to testify, and then move order 2025-054.
So at this time, we'll have a public hearing on the matter of order number 25054, annexation into the Redmond Fire District. Is there anyone here to testify in this matter? Is there anyone online with a raised hand? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on this matter. So this is order for annexation. Any discussion or is there a motion?
I'll move approval of order number 2025-054, approving this annexation.
And I'll second the motion.
And I'll just acknowledge for anybody following, there's an agenda packet that explains the parcel. There's a map in there and everything. With that, calling for the vote, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Adair.
Yes, and I actually want to comment that I'm really glad more people are annexing in and understanding the need. So it's great that we have two of these today.
And I'll vote yes also.
Sorry.
Not a problem. Okay, so next item is now item number 8, same thing, a public hearing approving annexation in the Redmond Fire District.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. Order number 2025-053 is before you. This is the time for the public hearing. There are 7 petitioners, all in a single subdivision, 10 total parcels, and approximately 49 acres associated with this request. But again, it's been through the various authorities. The Redmond Fire District has approved it and is welcoming these folks in, and these folks all want to get in that district and start paying taxes.
Well, for fire and rescue coverage. So noting that there's multiple applications, signatures, and processes here, is this the complete neighborhood, I guess?
It's not the complete neighborhood, but it's the complete neighborhood that is interested at this point.
Okay, yeah, that was kind of because I didn't go back to cross-reference all the lots, but I see there's multiple neighbors doing that. Okay, this is a public hearing on the matter of order number 53, approving annexation. Is there anyone here to testify on this matter? Anyone remote with a raised hand feature? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on this matter. Any discussion or a motion?
I move approval of order number 2025-053,
Second.
approving the annexation to Redmond Fire and Rescue District.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. In any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Chair will vote yes.
Thank you.
Dave, how long does it take to accomplish this?
From start to finish?
Yeah, I just was curious.
A lot of it depends on Department of Revenue. They have to bless the map, the legal description. I'd say 3 months,
3 months. Okay.
reasonable ballpark.
Okay. It's great. So 3 months isn't that long, and I'm sure more people need this protection. So thank you. 3 months is very efficient.
Item number 9, review of an applicant initiated text amendment for Sun River Community Limited District Zone.
Good morning. Caroline House, Senior Planner with the Deschutes County Planning Division. It's been a little while since I've been here. So
Welcome.
you
Yeah.
all. I'll be brief and just seeing where we are in time today, but I'm here to get board direction on how to proceed with an applicant initiated text amendment. And this text amendment is related to the Sun River Community Limited District zoning code. For a little background, this text amendment only affects properties in Sun River that have land containing or abutting the Community Limited District or the Resort Equestrian zones. So there's only 2 properties impacted by this text amendment, and that's pretty unusual when we have code updates. And in this case, Sun River Resort is the applicant, and they have requested the text amendment to address the location of the existing Sun River boarding stable structure. So on the image on the screen, the blue bubbled area is the structure we're talking about. The southern portion is in the Resort Equestrian District, but the northerly portion is in the Community Limited District, and it doesn't allow for equestrian uses currently. So the text amendment will expand to include just existing structures to also be allowed to be used for the same uses that are allowed outright in the Resort Equestrian District. And I just want to note that the site plan approval criteria and parking standards continue to apply to these uses. Typically, as you know, the Planning Commission would be the first hearings body for text amendments, but in limited circumstances, we process applications as a quasi-judicial text amendment process. And this is one of those cases. There's a limited number of properties, so it was the appropriate review path. And when that happens, initially a hearings officer issues a recommendation, and then the board is asked whether or not you want to adopt that decision or initiate your own review. And that's why I'm here today. And I do want to note that no public comments were received at any point during the process. So my question and kind of next steps that I need direction on are, again, whether you would like to adopt the hearings officer's decision. And if that's the case, I'll draft an ordinance and come back for first and second reading. And the alternative, you can choose to initiate a second hearings process and conduct your own review. And in that case, I would work with your executive assistant to schedule a hearing.
Is there any time clock on this?
No, there's not.
And then is there a request for it to be by emergency?
No, there's not.
Okay.
Caroline, one question I would ask about this. So there would be a variety of things permitted outright in this zone. How big of a footprint might all of the, an equestrian facility, a park, a playground, and buildings a building or buildings not to exceed 8,000 square feet? How big of a footprint might those things take up? Or, I mean, and how much of those facilities are what's already in existence? I'm not 100% clear on that based on the diagram and the background.
So the actual language of the text amendment, which is in the staff report, is attached. This is limited to existing structures. So this would not allow for new structures to be used in this way unless they're located in the resort equestrian district.
Okay.
So essentially, there's only one structure that this applies to.
Right. But the park and playground, I mean, those aren't buildings, but those are the things that would be allowed outright in this zone.
Subject to site plan review and if they're in the existing structure. So they would have to add a playground to, I would assume this is how I would interpret it, is that the playground would have to be within the existing structure to come in under this new code provision. It's the use expansion is limited to the use of existing structures, not new structures or new developed areas.
But I mean, is a playground a structure, or is it something else? I mean, it's not a playground is not necessarily a building. An equestrian facility, if it's fences, and kind of dirt area or things like that, it's not necessarily a building. So I mean, are those considered structures or not?
Sorry, could you say that question again, just to make sure I understand what you're asking?
So you're saying that this only applies to existing structures, but I mean, things like parks and playgrounds aren't structures. In my mind, they're not structures. They're not like a building. So I'm just trying to understand how this applies to things of that nature that aren't buildings.
So I'm gonna actually just pull up the actual code language because I think that's probably what I'm not explaining fully. So the actual new use category says for any structure existing as of effective date of an ordinance, assuming one is passed, that is located partially in the CL district and partially in the resort equestrian district, any use permitted in the RE district is also permitted in the portion of the structure in the CL district. So in other words, if they wanted to have a playground, they would have to site it within that existing structure that's currently split zoned as of the date the ordinance goes into effect. So I would not, they wouldn't be allowed to build new structures. It would have to take place within an existing structure, which in this case is the stabling building.
Okay. So a playground inside the stabling building.
But that's not what they're, I mean, in theory they could, but that's not, I don't think that's actually what they intend to do. The community limited district has similar uses to parks already. So I don't really think that there's really a broad change. I could pull up those uses if you would like me to, recite those.
The old zone allows these things.
Similar uses to playgrounds and parks.
Okay, thank you.
Any thoughts?
Well, nice to see you, Carolyn. I just felt like this is such a narrow range. It only applies to 2 properties. So to go with the hearings officer, a decision at this time makes sense. And okay, they're not asking for an emergency, but clearly they want to get their zoning cleaned up. This is probably what, from the 70s? Is it from the 1970s? And so I'm glad that they're here today, December.
Like the choice was made in 2007 to cite it like that.
Well,
Planning approval, but we,
but something happened.
yes.
Anyway, so,
Probably could have, I mean, so I guess, yeah, when you talk about that, so they would have had to have it closer to the road in that equestrian district if to not trigger this effort.
Exactly. They would have needed to cite it further south.
Yep. Do you support that?
Yeah, I mean, we could ask all kinds of questions about why this building was
Yeah,
built
yeah.
in not quite the right location. But given how limited the area is that this change affects, I'm comfortable with going forward with the hearings officer's recommendation.
And I am also.
so I'll make a motion, if that's appropriate. Move approval of the hearing officer recommendation for file number 247-25-000035-TA regarding a proposed text amendment to Deschutes County Code, chapter number 18, period 108, and direct staff to draft an ordinance for the board's consideration.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
And vote yes. Thank you so much. Great to see you.
So we'll see it back on the agenda then.
Yeah, I'll coordinate. Brenda.
Thank you.
Item number 10, consideration of order for consent to the City of Bend for sequential review of a UGB process.
All right. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Nicole Mardell, now Principal Planner in Long Range Planning for Deschutes County. So
Congratulations.
very much. So today I'm here to present order number 2025-057 for your consideration. This is a follow-up of the briefing that you had in the joint meeting with the City of Bend in September. The city's initiating an update to its growth plan, which includes an eventual UGB amendment and is proposing sequential review. The county does need to consent to this election, so the order before you today is requesting that of you. We as staff have been coordinating with the city and have no concerns. So we're looking for a motion from you today to approve that. But I have Damian Ziernik here from the City of Bend if you had any questions.
So we're still not, and we've already talked about this in our joint meeting, so I'm supportive. But no urban reserve project, it's just not the right tool for the City of Bend.
Thank you for the question. So for the record, I'm Damian Cernick with the City of Bend. What the sequential review process allows us to do is to focus on certain products like our inventory, our forecast of needs, and then our UGB amendment and efficiency measures. Doesn't allow us to do an urban reserve. That is part of our work program overall for our growth plan, but for sequential review, what we're asking for the department is to allow us to submit those products regarding inventory need and response to need and get those approved sequentially.
But I'm just thinking the big picture. This is going to be a 3 to 5 year effort or something like that. I don't know. What kind of horizon do you have for this to get all the sequential pieces through a process?
So your materials include our approved resolution from the City Council that includes a work plan. So the first group of products to be completed roughly toward the end of 2027. And then the second group in 2029, which would include our UGB amendment, final comp plan amendments, and phase 2 of our housing capacity analysis. Once we got those.
Please grab the microphone a little closer.
Sorry.
It's magic. It picks up at about 6 to 8 inches, but not much more.
Is that better?
A little closer, maybe.
Okay. How about that?
Thank you.
I'd like to be heard, but not be screaming anymore.
So yeah, all the packages by 29 or not?
Yes. And our work plan that you have with your packet proposes a work or a planning period of 2029 to 2049.
Yeah, the horizon of it. So then, as I say, I just go back to the urban reserve concept that, as I say, the city of Redmond did many years ago, which just takes some of that contentious, land discussion. It just puts it on the table early. So that would be another project after this whole thing.
I think we're going to be going back to council to get their direction on an urban reserve as we get further in the project. We've already.
So it's not for you to say, I guess, is kind of where you're at.
If I can paraphrase, Mr. Riggs is above my pay grade.
Okay, there you go.
Question that we intend to bring to council to get their okay if they're comfortable going forward with Urban Reserve, because, we agree the Redmond experience was very successful. We want to make sure our council's on board to do this so that we can let folks know there's going to be some concurrent work and then a follow-up work to complete the Urban Reserve.
So there could be concurrent urban reserve discussions. Yeah, I guess that's the question right there. That's possible.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any thoughts?
I don't have any questions. We did discuss this pretty thoroughly at our joint meeting with the Bend City Council. I think the idea of doing sequential reviews, bite-sized pieces, checking in on those as you go instead of waiting until many months down the line to try to evaluate the whole package and all the uncertainties that come with doing it in that one big bite instead of many little bites. I think it makes a lot of sense.
And I concur. Yes, sequential. I think seems like a good plan, and I'm really happy that you're here today.
Okay, and as I say, we're always a partner when a city grows, the county land comes out of the county or it goes into an urban growth boundary. So we're always a partner in these efforts also. So there's an order. Are we ready for?
Move to adopt order number 2025-057, consenting to the City of Bend sequential review process for urban growth boundary amendment components.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare.
Yes.
Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
And Chair will vote yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Just to kind of close on next steps. So the city will submit that notice of election to the Department of Land Conservation and Development, and then we'll continue to work together on the adopted work plan. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations again on your promotion, Nicole. Aren't you glad you came back from Sisters?
The next
Thank you.
agenda has principle there.
Yes.
Item number 11, an application for a continuum of care grant for Homeless Leadership Coalition.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning, Kara.
Cronin, Health Services Program Manager.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Colleen Thomas. I'm the Supervisor for Deschutes County Behavioral Health Homeless Outreach Services. And we are here today to seek approval from the board to apply for our local Continuum of Care grant, their Notice of Funding Award. This funding, if we are awarded, would help support the Homeless Outreach Services team to continue their current service level of providing services to folks experiencing literal homelessness with a severe and persistent mental illness and/or substance use disorder. The funding would support a current position that is currently grant funded, set to sunset on December 31st of 2026. And this grant would allow us to continue the work that we're currently doing through the end of 2027.
And it's as easy as that. I'll be supportive of this. As I say, my one concept is it is kind of time to transition from long-term unsanctioned camping in some locations and be partners with it. So I just making sure as these things evolve, there may be some rocky roads because decisions need to be made. Our TSSA north of Bend, there's already, diverse discussion about what's the next step and what are the timelines, but also east side of Redmond and other locations. So we're all in that together.
Colleen, do you happen to know a number of the TSSA population at this time?
I believe the last count was just over 200.
Over 200? Okay, I think Ryan had told us it was actually like 188 or something. We've gone back up again.
I believe so. I know that there's a new security firm that had just started in the TSSA, and they are conducting a new survey to make sure that that number is accurate for you all.
Okay. Is our team out there on a daily basis then?
I wouldn't say we're definitely out there weekly, at least 2 days a week of engaging with folks and helping them transition into transitional housing or permanent supportive housing.
I had a couple of questions about the funding itself or the grant program itself. So we have an expiring grant supporting a position on the host team. Is that the same grant program that you are applying for for this next round of funding, or what is the expiring grant program, and how does it relate to the new one?
Yep. So currently the position is funded through the
Oregon Health Authority.
State of Oregon through the HRSN program, which is Health and Resource Service Network. And that funding is expiring. This funding is through the Homeless Leadership Coalition. So it is federal funding that comes out on a biannual timeline.
Got it.
And as you know, commissioners, ARPA funding, our health services ARPA funding has been exhausted. So we are looking for other funding streams to support our current service level.
Is the HRSN funding, is that going to continue to support work in this area? Like, are we waiting for another cycle of that, or?
That's one-time funding. We won't get any more of that from OHA.
And that is all entwined with the future of Medicaid as well. Is that right?
I'll let Holly Harris budget things, but we are trying to strategize how we're going to navigate less people enrolled in Medicaid, which affects our capitation rate with Pacific Source.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question is also sort of much bigger picture. There's a lot going on at HUD right now, and I'm curious whether we believe that this, whether the money is actually there for this program. That there's we're seeing all over the federal government, money being offered, then pulled back, money being obligated and then pulled back. So I'm just curious whether we feel pretty confident that this grant source, the money is real.
This is a very competitive application process with all the changes that are coming, and we're working really closely with COIC, who is the lead applicant for the Homeless Leadership Coalition, who is our continuum of care, to ensure that the application put forward through Central Oregon's 501c3, that it is competitive and that we have a strong application. The unknowns are unknown. And so we're just continuing to work alongside our partners to ensure that we have opportunities to bring this funding to the region.
Thank you.
So Colleen, I have another question then. If our people are only in the temporary safe parking area space twice a week, then are there other people that are there working on those other days?
Yep. So all the service providers that are funded to provide housing focused case management in the TSSA, I would say there's at least one service provider on site through the TSSA Monday through Friday. And I know through the weekend, we have their security company that's there and engaging with people as well. So for us and our team, we are specifically working with a subset of the population. And so oftentimes those are appointment-based interactions. But there are lots of service providers providing outreach and engagement to the people in the TSSA.
Do you know how many people have actually been able to transition from there to, let's say, a more of a permanent housing situation?
I don't have an exact number for you, but I can say that my team specifically has, in this last 6 months, have supported 4 different households in transitioning to permanent housing from the TSSA specifically.
Okay. When you say a household, so it's maybe could be more than one?
So 2 are single individuals and 2 are couples.
And I know that Ryan from our property management is actually doing a great job too. So
Wonderful partner.
yeah, that's what I've been hearing. So I'm really grateful. Thank you.
So HLC is, are you on that or? But it's a local group, local Central Oregon folks. And then are these dollars already allocated to be granted to somebody, or is this an ask at a higher level? Is the money there?
These are federal dollars that filter through these other organizations. I am not super confident that they are going to come to fruition.
Yeah, we're not sure
yeah.
how much. clarity is on that for sure. Yeah, and that is the world we're in right now, I know. But for us to approve this means we're gonna go make a clear ask. Yep, understood.
I'll move to authorize health services to apply for a continuum of care grant from the Homeless Leadership Coalition.
I'll second it.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. Thank you very much.
Good
No,
luck
thank you
with
for
this
coming
very
in.
competitive grant program.
Item number 12 is a FY27 budget development discussion. So we heard from our state lobbyist earlier about the state's financial situation and position, and now this is Deschutes County's going into a next year's budget.
Morning, Commissioners. Cam Sparks, Budget and Financial Planning Manager for the record.
Robert Tintel, Chief Financial Officer.
So today, the intent of today is to have a discussion around the fiscal year 27 budget development, specifically as it relates to limited growth for the general fund and for internal service fund charges. So let's see if I can get this to work. Here we go. So I'll just start off by, I went a little too far. Start off by reminding everybody about the initiative that we took in fiscal year 26. So we implemented a series of strategies to reset the expenditure curve and achieve financial sustainability in the general fund. And we did that through a variety of ways. We capped expenditure growth in the general fund at 3.3%. The internal service fund charges were also capped at 8%, and they actually ended up coming in around 6% in total. And then we also identified about $1 million of ongoing general fund expenditures that we could reallocate to other funding sources. And so in total, we were able to save the general fund $2.5 million in ongoing costs through these series of strategies. So this is a chart that just shows, if you look at the green line, you'll see this was our original projection. So without limits to expenditure growth, the county was facing a budget shortfall within the general fund as early as fiscal year 27. And then if you look at the blue line, because we implemented these strategies in fiscal year 26, we were able to reset that expenditure curve and align our expenditures with our revenues, creating that structural balance and creating financial sustainability within the general fund. And overall, the county is in a stronger position to be able to absorb unknown costs or revenue losses in the future because of these initiatives. There are a handful of other items that are positive financially for the general fund that's also contributing to this more positive outlook. Beginning working capital came in $2.2 million higher for fiscal year 26 than we had budgeted. Additionally, our property tax revenue is coming in higher. We budgeted assessed value growth at 4.58%. It came in at 4.9%. And then we have a couple other sort of one-time revenues coming into the general fund as well that's kind of helping to bolster that balance.
So just one kind of observation, the big picture, traditionally in the last 25 years maybe or so, we've had kind of revenues appropriate to do capital and even bond for capital internally. And I just think that we're talking about an environment where that's kind of already shaved off the top. We don't have these extra dollars. They were never extra dollars, but the capital dollars that were built into our system, we've already kind of let that go. I mean, Robert, would you agree with that statement?
Commissioner DeBonne, yes, that's a correct statement. One of the initiatives from last year that Cam talked about was that the general fund is no longer contributing to capital expenditures to the capital fund. So the general fund is just providing the core funding for the core service.
And that's kind of the untold story here, that we just don't have those other dollars that we've used so strategically for capital investments and even the bonding capacity for full faith and credit without having to go to the voters.
One comment I want to make is, although the general fund is no longer contributing to the capital reserve fund, we are transferring excess TLT funds, so transient lodging tax funds, for capital reserve. But in the past, we were able to do both of those revenue streams, and now it's just the TLT
Well, and even that capital reserve is to keep what we have in good order. I'm referring to, a downtown public safety campus that there's just it's not on the horizon. It's not possible right now. Thank you.
Okay, so moving into fiscal year 27 budget approach. So we know that the revenue in the general fund is limited. We don't have unlimited revenue in the general fund. And so we need to continue to align our expenditures with revenue so we stay within that structural balance and we don't get out of balance again. And so we know that for fiscal year 27 that we will need to limit general fund expenditure growth as well as ISF charges. And so staff is seeking direction from the board on the following things. So considering an increase of limited expenditure growth in the general fund between 4% and 6%, and just as a reminder, we limited it to 3.3% in fiscal year 26. Maintain the cap of 8%, so keep it the same as we had for fiscal year 26. Although we're carving out exceptions that could be made by the budget officer, which is Nick Lelak, that would be limited to safety, maintenance, IT reserves, and then the Board of County Commissioners expansion. So the chart is a little hard to see up here, but basically I've run a number of different scenarios within the general fund to see what expenditure growth we could implement that would maintain financial sustainability, with the goal being at least 5 years or greater. And so that first line is a 4% limited growth in fiscal year 27, and then 5% in fiscal year 28 and beyond. And this was sort of the original model from last year where we had 3.3%, 4%, 5%. That achieves financial sustainability of 9 years, so through fiscal year 35. The second option is a 5% in fiscal year 27 and beyond. That's 8 years of financial sustainability, so through fiscal year 34. And then the final scenario is 6% growth in fiscal year 27, but then dropping back down to 5% and beyond. And that's 6 years of financial sustainability. I will point out that I do have, while we don't know what the financial impact will be yet for the pay equity and market study, I do have placeholders in the general fund, 600,000 one time for pay equity and 1.2 million ongoing for both pay equity and market study. And so unless those came in significantly higher, the 4 and 5% scenarios still work because I do have that sort of baked into the model. The 6% limited growth isn't really viable because we can't sustain 6%. We'd have to go back down to a 5 or maybe even 4. And so it would require additional funding coming into the general fund to be able to sustain growth like that. So finance and admin are recommending option 2, which is limiting growth to 5%, which does allow the county to better provide core services to allow expenditures to grow more than we did in fiscal year 26, but still maintaining financial sustainability through fiscal year 34.
One other option or one other comment on this slide, just as a reminder to the board, as you know, is as Cam and her team projects these numbers and runs all the analysis, we do run these and we update it every single year and when major milestones are hit as far as when we get new information. So we continually update this forecast and this model of how many years of sustainability. Obviously, for perpetuity, we would have sustainability, but the forecast does just focus on the more, obviously in the first 5 years, the assumptions are more known and realistic. As we get further out, it's a little more unknown. So we continually update this as we get new information.
And Robert, I know it's into the forecast, but when is this building actually paid for? Is it 32, 34? Do we know?
It's either 2028 or 2032.
Okay.
I'll have to follow up, but it's one of those years. I just need to make sure we have 2 debt service issuances dropping off in those years, and
But it's into the formula, of course.
that is all in the model as well.
And the fact that when we renegotiate with the state then for the portion of the building that they use, can we do that rather soon?
I believe that those conversations are already happening. I know Lee from facilities would be able to answer that better than I could, but
Okay, I was just, wondering.
And just a reminder too, that that debt service, we actually moved to the video lottery fund. So it's no longer being paid for out of the general fund, but I do have the revenue, the lease revenue from DHS coming back into the general fund, less maintenance costs. So that's being accounted for.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Cam.
So what I picked up here is that last year we were talking about 4% for this year. Now we're able to talk about 5% for this year. I mean, that's basically pretty exciting that we're just that little bit, but it all flows through the organization.
Yes. Okay, so this is an exercise I did last year as well, but I estimated for each general fund department what I think their fiscal year 27 expenditures might look like by running preliminary payroll projections based on some of our preliminary assumptions, as well as looking at what I think their M&S might grow by, and then comparing that to what their baseline budget would be. So that would be the number that they wouldn't be able to exceed if they were limited to 4, 5, or 6%. And the preliminary analysis indicates that most funds could absorb the limited gross savings within these baseline budgets and their current service levels. And then I will point out too, this last column off to the side reflects annual program expense savings. So that's personnel, M&S, capital, just over the last 5 years on average. For example, if you look at the clerk's office on average, they save about $303,000. So I just wanted to compare what some funds might potentially need to find savings in their budget to meet their baseline to what their average savings have been over time. And I know that there are departments that receive general fund transfers as well, outside of just the departments that are in the general fund. And the two of the largest transfers are to health services and to community justice. Community justice is already in the process of modifying their budget to make sure that they are financially sustainable for the next 5 years as well, given their their state revenue situation. And so they've sort of already accounted for the fact that their general fund transfer is going to be between 4 and 5%. They factored in what they think their state revenue is going to be, and they're making adjustments this fiscal year to ensure that that they are aligning their expenditures with revenues as well. And then on the health services side, as you sort of heard from the previous agenda item, there's just still a lot of unknowns, and they're still working through a lot of what if scenarios. So it's just we're not clear yet what the impacts to health services will be by limiting growth in the general fund, or I guess on the other side, like how much additional general fund they would need to maintain current service levels. Okay. So this is just the last slide. I don't know if you have any questions before I go over next steps, but today again was just a discussion to bring this agenda item to the board. And then we are planning on coming back on December 17th to get direction from the board on which approach you would like to take within the general fund. After that decision is made, then we plan on giving the general fund departments and ISF departments their baseline budgets, and that will help them be able to, start their or kick off their fiscal year 27 budget, and they know what that number is. And then we do have our mid-year budget committee meeting in January, and so this, what the decisions that are made will be presented to the budget committee as well. And then as far as timing goes, we're still planning kind of the same time frame for when we start developing the budget, which in February we kick off the internal service funds budgets, and then in March we'll kick off the rest of the county.
But we're thinking about it already. So, Nick is our budget officer, and the Board of Commissioners kind of sets the big picture here. Thank you very much for the framework we've been putting in here, which is very valuable. So yeah, you're not even asking for a decision today. It's really good to be able to look at the big picture here, but any other thoughts?
So the real decision that's ahead of us in the near future is whether we're going to go with this 4% or 5%. or 6% growth scenario. I just want to reflect that last fiscal year, we decided and then reconfirmed again and again that we were going to go for a 3.3% limited growth scenario, impose that upon all of the departments in the county. And then at the very last minute, on the last day of our budget committee meetings, we relaxed that constraint for one of the departments. And I don't think that was fair or appropriate for the good of the county as a whole, fair and appropriate for all of the departments. So while I appreciated the value of that additional investment in the DA's office, I would like to make sure that in this budget cycle, this coming fiscal year, we agree on an approach and then we implement that approach through the budget committee process, and we don't kind of pick favorites at the last minute.
Yes, well, how many murder cases do we have now in Deschutes County? Oh my gosh, I believe it's up in the 20s. That department with all the records, with all the videos, that department is definitely feeling the effects of what has happened in our county. And then I think this week or was it last Monday, we just had a semi that had a couple who had been married for 16 days were killed in the east end of our town, in the east end of our county. Anyway, I really felt like the DA's office desperately needed some kind of a relief for their workload. It hasn't been getting better. And honestly, I feel like we should stick with the 4%. We just heard what the revenue is. What is the state revenue going to be? It doesn't really sound particularly rosy at this moment in time. And if we're going to 5%, what is the CPI at this moment? Aren't people on Social Security only getting a 2.8% increase for next year? And here we're talking about almost, doubling it. So I would go conservative and go with the number one proposal. It's always good to be as careful as we can. We've definitely been able to fund a lot of things over the last so many years in Deschutes County, but we need to be incredibly careful.
Well, and then so along the lines of both of these things, I start with that 4% also, knowing that we published that last year. So as I say, I guess we're giving you a little bit of thoughts and direction already right now. But also, I mean, if we sit in a room with everybody, see the whole organization and feel comfortable, budgeting conservatively and then investing in something and having the opportunity to do that, I don't see that as a bad thing at all. I mean, it's important that we invest. That's the policy choice. The budget is the policy choice. So,
well, I'd like us to make that decision on the front end rather than at the 11th hour. In that case, I mean, if we were asked multiple times throughout the budget cycle, do we want to have a consistent 3.3% limited growth scenario across the county, or do we want to favor certain departments? And we kept saying, no, we want 3.3% across the county organization. And then at the 11th hour, we said, oh no, we have one department that is our pet. And again, I'm not saying that.
Pet?
Yeah.
I have a pet and his name is Jake.
Want to have it run well. And that was a choice at the table by all of us. So
not by all.
I mean, what day did they make their presentation? I believe they had at least 5 people sitting up here. It was.
I'm just asking if we're going to do that, if we're going to give a preferential treatment to any departments, that we lay that out explicitly now rather than at the very last minute. Because the departments that we're talking about, I mean, look at this chart. Like who are we talking about? We're talking about the assessor. The assessor's office plays a critically important role in assessing our property tax base so that we get as much general fund as we can. There's the clerk. The clerk administers our elections so that we have free and fair elections, so that we can elect not just county commissioners, but, basically every other elected office in our community to serve the people. The district attorney's office, we've already discussed. Public health, if we want to talk about, people who are committing crimes, who we need DAs to prosecute right now, if we're making adequate investments in public health, if we're making adequate investments in juvenile justice, then there will be less criminals down the line, right? This is where we have to think about working upstream as well as prosecuting people who are committing crimes right now. And on and on. So Veterans Affairs, right? These are all very important functions. And if we want to elevate any of these, there may be very good reasons for that. I'm just asking for us to do it on the front end instead of at the last minute.
Cam, do you remember what day the DA's office did their presentation? Was it Monday, Tuesday? Was it Monday afternoon? Do you remember?
Either Wednesday or Thursday.
No, we were done on Thursday, weren't we?
I don't know if they presented in the morning on Thursday. I know public safety kind of ran over into Thursday morning. So it was either Wednesday or Thursday.
Okay. All right. Well, I just remember when I was sleeping and I was thinking about all the, attorneys, it costs a lot of money if we lose those people. And if their workload is such that they're treading underwater all the time. I really, I know we have an outstanding team. So, okay, thank you for that reminder.
Yeah, so this is big picture. Yeah, Nick?
Thank you. Just a couple of quick comments. First, thanks to Christy Bollinger, our property manager, for monitoring our discussion this morning. And so she shared that the state lease expires on January 31st of 2026. They are exercising their first option to renew for 3 years, and then they have one additional option to renew for another 3 years. So that's really good information for us to have because that helps us with the debt service on this building. Second, I'm sorry.
What is the increase then to that rent?
She didn't answer. I didn't get the.
I mean, that's what I really wonder.
Right, I'm not sure if they're.
We never knew that we were going to have 9% inflation at one point in time. Our utilities have gone up significantly since 2021. So that I would love to know what is really how much more are they going to pay?
I will provide that information, and we'll provide that information on December 17th when we come back. A couple of other quick comments. One is that we have shared this information with all of our department heads across the organization, so they're aware of what these potential limited growth scenarios may be. And then the last piece is, and with our team, one of the things we can also bring back on December 17th to discuss are whether or not we will allow departments to provide special requests for funding options in this next budget. This last year, we didn't allow departments, including elected officials, we requested, I don't have the authority to direct them, but we requested that they not provide special requests for funding. So that's a question that we can ask on December 17th again, or to the board is, do we want to allow departments? So whatever the limited growth scenario is, if a department, elected official or an appointed department head wants to chooses to provide a special request for specific funding, such as an additional deputy district attorney or a program or additional staff, something of that nature, just that'll help us provide very clear direction to departments so they'll know, and then you'll know if this is the limited growth scenario, but we may receive special requests. And then often the budget officer, I with our budget team, we will make recommendations on and whether to include those or not in the base budget for appointed departments, but not on elected official overseen departments. So for the public, that's the sheriff, the district attorney, justice of the peace, clerk, assessor. So it's just helpful to know if the board is going to be accepting of special requests, that you can then make those decisions during the budget process with the budget committee. Thank you.
Patty, one follow-up to the debt service. It is 2032 for this building.
Okay, 2030. Okay.
And it appears the increases will be 3%, but that's still a work in progress.
2030.
So we'll bring this back on December 17th. It's a great foundation to even have these discussions. And I mean, thank you for sharing thoughts here, because this is exactly what we should be doing to for the whole organization to understand what we're thinking.
Thank you, Cam. Robert?
That- Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we got a room full today. So we have scheduled for 11 o'clock recommendations from the District Mapping Advisory Committee. What's the will of the board for either standing by till 11 or get going on this? Because people are still coming in the room also on this topic.
Can we just have a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
Would that be okay?
Because Neil Bryant wasn't available. Is he here?
Yes,
Yeah. But as I say, people are still joining us too. A 5-minute break and then we
Sure.
Okay.
There we go. So we're gonna take a 5-minute break and then we'll reconvene on item number 13.
Okay.
Lucky 13. Okay, thank you. Let's get back in order here. Am I
Could everybody
gonna-
please take your seats?
I did it.
Thank you.
Okay, so item number 13. This is the Board of Commissioners receiving the recommendations from the District Mapping Advisory Committee. Want to thank everybody for joining us today. I can feel the energy in the room. So as I say, at this time, we're going to receive these recommendations. The members are going to be speaking, but Jen can kick us off here.
Before we start, it is, this was noticed for 11 a.m. Not all of the members of the DMAC are here yet. I would offer as an idea that since the majority of the board does not allow public comment on items that are on the agenda on any given day, if we have 10 minutes before this item is officially supposed to start, the chair is allowed to elect to give people the opportunity to provide public comment if he so chooses. So that's something we could do for 10 minutes until the official start time of this item.
You think there's a fair and equitable way to do that in an organized fashion in 10 minutes?
I mean, you could see if there's, you could just see
So what,
a raise of hands.
the reason we don't do this is because, as I say, my experience is when we got some exciting topics, all of a sudden there'd be information shared in the community, but the assumption that if we came in and got really agitated on a subject that the philosophy and foundation of decision-making would be changed at the last minute because of the energy that shows up. I'm just pointing out the reason that this is.
The basic principle is.
Here to do the
basic
business of the
principle
people of
is-
Deschutes County.
Yeah, the basic principle is if something's on our agenda and people are interested in it and they want to ensure that their commissioners understand their perspectives, the best opportunity for them to do that would be the day of that agenda item.
Or a phone call at any time. My phone number's on my card. It's on the website. Please give me a call anytime. I did received emails from a lot of folks, and I want to thank you very much for that input. So we're here to do the business of the people in an organized fashion. So I don't support impromptu public hearings. And we have done that in the past with support of the board. We have done this. It's not like it's a hard rule, but it's a rule for just doing coordinated business.
The good news is a lot of people did come to our Monday at 1:00 meeting and did give public testimony at that time. So for those of you that did do that, I believe there were at least 5 or 6 people that gave testimony that afternoon.
So as I say, I mean, thank you for bringing this up. I mean,
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, again, the idea that people aren't allowed to give public comment on something that's on the board's agenda on any given day unless it's a public hearing is, in my opinion, anti-democratic. I mean, the day that people are most interested in.
There's a long history of running public meetings. I mean,
Yeah.
Robert's Rules of Order, setting an agenda, putting information out for people to digest before we have a meeting. And if the tables were turned, I mean, you may want to do it, but if the tables were
Oh, the
turned.
tables have been turned on me before. I mean, you may recall that on the day that we heard Sheriff Shane Nelson's proposal for a homeless camping code revision, you allowed a whole lot of people to get up and basically accuse me of not wanting to solve homelessness. So, the way that this chair discretion on who gets to give public comment when or not is.
But as I say, if there's 2 commissioners that want to do that, that's different.
Oh,
So, I mean, you're just
it's
focused on
chair's
me.
discretion. It's chair's discretion. It's not.
But I mean, if
That's not the.
there and you were aligned up.
the
and wanted
rule
to say,
that-
let's have a public hearing on this matter right now, right here, I would support that.
The rules as they are written are that.
Well, do you acknowledge that I treat you fairly and respectfully year after year, day after day, and I'm acknowledging that if there was two commissioners that wanted to have a public hearing at any moment, I would not be impeding.
No, I don't acknowledge that.
Okay, well, that's fine. Well,
For giving us the 10 minutes before 11 o'clock, be able to speak. As I just said, we had people speaking on Monday.
you're doing the business of the county here. Please stay in order. It's not appropriate to be asking questions like that.
The irony of talking about elections that are supposed to allow the voters of the community to express their opinion and not allowing the voters of the community the opportunity to express their
But Commissioner, you're
opinion
whipping
is
people into
huge.
frenzy before we even receive the map officially, which we're here to do.
I'm not whipping people into a frenzy. I'm asking for people to have the opportunity who made the effort to be here because they're interested in this item to have a chance to say something. That's all.
Okay, thanks for that.
You're welcome.
So with that, let's proceed.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Jen Patterson, Strategic Initiatives Manager. So first of all, just kind of go over the process and the order of what's going to happen today. I'm going to start off with a basic introduction of some of the DMAC and how that went about. I'm going to turn it over to Neil Bryant, who served as the DMAC chair and facilitator, to give any comments regarding the DMAC process and an opportunity to speak, provide any additional information past what I speak in my report. And then each DMAC member has been invited to come up and provide around 5 minutes of comments to the commissioners. So we'll call them up in alphabetical order by first name. We'll call them up 2 at a time for 5 minutes each to sit here before the commissioners and provide any comments. And then finally, at the end, if the commissioners would like, we can discuss potential options for next steps.
Yeah. So acknowledging that time frame, so this is a little bit, more loose than public testimony at 3 minutes, and we're always very generous with those testimony. So just acknowledging for the commissioners to understand, 5 minutes is kind of that same loose 5 minutes, but let's not be here all afternoon is what I'm thinking. Making sure we're on the same page here.
Sounds fine. Originally, I think it had been said 3 to 5. So if someone has a 3-minute statement, whatever, 3 to 5, I think.
They're not obligated to take 5 full minutes.
Okay.
So first of all, just start off. So the DMAC had an internal staff working group that was comprised of myself, comprised of myself, Steve Dennison, our county clerk, Nick Lelak, our county administrator, and Lee Klemp, ITS and GIS support. And before we get into this, I just want to give a very big shout out to Lee. The tremendous amount of work that he had to do week in and week out every day in between each of the meetings was an enormous lift for him. And he followed through and provided every single time. So we really appreciate that support we had from him and his department. With that, I'll just go into kind of a brief, really broad overview. There is an attached staff report that's 5 pages that gives a lot more detail. I'm just going to highlight the top lines, and then Neil is free to elaborate on anything that I'd missed or anything that I brought up as well. So we'll just start with the basics. The DMAC, which I should say is the District Mapping Advisory Committee, was comprised of 7 appointed members. Those members were appointed by the county commissioners. Commissioner DeBone and Commissioner Dare appointed 2 members each, and Commissioner Chang appointed 3 members. The DMAC first started meeting. They held their first orientation meeting on August 27, 2025. This was just to go over the format, the meeting schedule, and really logistical details. So they began meeting and doing their DMAC business starting every Wednesday from September 10th through November 12th. They had a total of 10 working DMAC meetings. Additionally, they had 1 community listening session that was held in the evening time on October 16th. All but 1 DMAC member who had out of town plans well in advance and was unfortunate to miss that, attended that meeting, and it was just all public comments. So they were able to hear public comments for anyone who could attend that either online or in person. Additionally, all communications for the DMAC was posted on the website. A website was made. It was, and it's still available and up and running, deschutes.org/DMAC. It has all of the meetings, all the meeting materials, all the public comments that were received written, including public comments up to date that have been received since the DMAC convened their last meeting on the November 12th. And all meeting recordings are on there as well. I will say that public comments were also received in person and online at the DMAC meetings, and those are recorded and detailed in every DMAC meeting minute. So those are in addition to the public comments received through written email. There was a variety of data that the DMAC considered over the course of the 10 meetings, and I'll just highlight what those were. They had the 2020 census population counts by city and precinct. They had a variety of registered voter counts provided throughout, including March 1st, 2022, August 26, 2025, and the final registered voter counts by city and precinct was pulled as of November 1st, 2025. So they had the most recent one when they were deciding on their final map. They also had a Deschutes County precinct map, maps of each of the 50 precincts printed out, and some overlays from the American Community Survey for 2 of the draft maps that were specifically requested from the DMAC members. The DMAC also had map drawing criteria. I won't go into the details of that in this meeting, but that is found in the DMAC guidelines, which is posted on the DMAC webpage, and it was also discussed extensively throughout the 10 DMAC meetings. On November 12th, the DMAC held what ended up being their final meeting, and they provided 3 recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners for consideration. Those, the 3 considerations were passed by at least a majority of the DMAC members. Those 3 recommendations include that the BOCC considers Map C for the district map, that the DMAC recommends the BOCC use a random process to number the districts. That's been referred to in the meetings as drawing by lot. So if you hear that term, that means a random process for drawing or for numbering the districts. And finally, that if the DMAC recommends the BOCC that if voters approve the approve the map, then redistricting should occur after the 2030 census. So that could be language, if the BOCC proposes this map to go to the ballot, that could be language added into the ballot measure. So as I said at the beginning, we can come back to next steps for the board to consider. If you would like to have that discussion today, we'll do that at the end of the meeting. So with that, pending any questions, I'll turn it over to Neil Bryant to provide comments.
Thanks for that overview.
Good morning, Neil Bryant. My wife and I came to Bend and have been here since the summer of 1973. And I would like to also thank the staff for the work on this. We began the process, I think, in June and met weekly trying to plan and anticipate what the questions would be and the process. And it was very helpful. And Lee did yeoman work, frequently working weekends to come up with the data that was anticipated for the next meeting. And we met 10 consecutive weeks, scheduled for 2 hours, and that's a lot of time. And my compliments to the DMAC themselves, to 7 independent people assigned a difficult and challenging task. No one had done this before in that group, including the facilitator. And it was challenging. But their attendance was superb. We only had 2 excused absences the entire time. So they put in the time and the effort to do the job that the criteria told them to follow. Just pointing to the criteria, there's language there at the beginning as things like as nearly as practicable. You can't draw a perfect map, but you do the best job you can. And in looking at the population portion of it, there was a disadvantage in that the last census was 2020. So the data that came out of that was 2021. And so we're halfway through the census. And I'll talk about that a little more as you try and figure out what the population is and the growth. But the census is in the Constitution and congressional, it's designed to count everybody. And so even those that aren't eligible to vote, like people under the age of 18, undocumented, those people you find them. I mean, the census workers go out to the homeless camps and try and talk and establish who's there. And so it's very complete. And then they also ask questions that we don't ask. They ask questions on race and ethnicity. They ask on age so that they have different age groups. And this is important specifically as people get older. And then also on your younger voters, because if they're 15 in 2020, they're going to be 20 now and eligible to vote. In fact, if they have a driver's license, they do vote because of the motor voter registration. We looked at the voter registration specifically in February 2022. That's when Nancy Blankenship and Steve and their crew synchronized the precincts based upon that data and the other information that came. You knew generally where the congressional seat districts would be in the state and county Senate and representatives. The library has zones, and what they were doing as far as they're trying to accommodate the changes. And of course, voter registration. And voter registration is the most current data you have because every month the clerk's office runs the new registration. And just from the end of August this year until November 1, there were 900 new voter registrations. And so that's, again, significant growth. We all know that Deschutes County and Bend have been growing at a faster pace than the rest of the state of Oregon. So, and this is done, of course, without recognizing party affiliation. It's just who the voters are, how many have signed up. And so we then got updates from the American Community Survey and from Portland State and the Population Research Center. And they have 4 cities in Deschutes County, and they try and estimate the growth in each. And then you have this unincorporated area, which has 61,000 people in it, according to the census. And it'd be the second largest city in the county. But they give you updates, and it's good information, but I'll give you an example. Let's say that they determine that Deschutes County grew 10,000 people. Then, and you assign in this hypothetical, Bend 5,000, Redmond 2,000, Lapine and Sisters 1,000 each, and 1,000 for the unincorporated. Those figures don't tell you in which precinct those people are located. And so as you draw the maps, you can see where the growth is maybe, but you can't identify specifically granular where these people are located. So as I said, the 10 meetings, the one listening session was interesting. Initially, we thought, well, we'll give 15 minutes of public comment at each meeting. That wasn't enough. We extended that to 30. And then we had an evening listening session because we heard that some people can't come during the day. So we made that available. We also met in Lapine, Sisters in Redmond. And we ended up with 2 maps that were discussed the last 2 or 3 meetings, and they're very similar. And what happens is, in order to balance out the districts, there has to be some use of the population of Bend. And so we looked at what precincts would be most logical to include, for instance, in South County. And we have precinct maps that are very detailed on each precinct. And so you can also judge what the community of interest might be in those areas. And so there was just a difference between 4 and 5 precincts as far as which you use in order to do South County and the one I call West County, which includes Sisters. But the DMAC was in agreement. In order to balance things out, you have to use some of Bend, because Bend has half the population, roughly 100,000, and about 48% of the registered voters. So what else did we look at? As I mentioned, we looked at the library zones, Senate, House, congressional district, public lands. A great deal of Deschutes County is owned by the Forest Service, BLM, cities, counties, state, parks, school districts. And we looked at that as an overlay on school districts, because that's certainly a common theme of interest. Fire districts, irrigation districts, city limits, UGB, minority populations. We at the end, we were looking strongly at building permits because it's an indication of where the growth's going to be along with what the urban growth boundary is. And initially we took building permits and it wasn't helpful because like on Jack Straw and Bend, it's one building permit, but there's going to be 314 units.
So I'm thinking I want to get the members up here that were voting. So you facilitated this whole thing and it was most interesting thing you've done in a while, probably, huh? I want to get the committee members up here too.
Okay.
I think we should let Neil finish his comments.
We had 4 big issues that were contentious. One was, can we have other options just doing 5 districts? And we went back to the commission and said, is that an option?
We did
And
change.
they said no, so we stuck with the 5 districts. But the Missoula plan was discussed and also 4 districts, but 1 at large. But the direction was clear, 5 districts. Whether or not to split precincts in order to not have a 10% variation, but get it down to a lower percentage. That's very difficult to do. And we asked the commission on that and they said, no, don't split the precinct. And then the committee decided they wanted to rely more heavily on the voter registration because it was more current. And then the last thing that turned out to be very contentious was on once a map was selected, whether or not to look at party affiliation. And 4 on the committee decided they didn't want to do that because the statute read, you know, if the purpose is to assist a particular party or candidate, then you shouldn't do that. And the argument was, if we don't look at that information, then they can't accuse us of trying to gerrymander. So,
And if you don't look, you can't check whether you're.
oh yeah, it's public information.
If you don't look, you can't check whether you've loaded it for partisan advantage or not.
But the DMAC said, let's talk to county council on this. And so, and they raised 2 questions. Is the DMAC mandated to consider political registration when drawing districts? And the answer was no. And may you review or consider political registration when drawing the maps? And in theory, he said you can, there's no prohibition about that, but then you're subject to a strict scrutiny on whether or not you're doing it to aid a political party or candidate. So a majority of the DMAC said, we're not going to look at political affiliation. And so they did that to avoid any allegation of gerrymandering.
Because if you don't check, you can't know. But if you don't check, you don't know.
Well, they decided based upon the legal counsel, they're going to not look. Anyway, final comments. I think with the census in 2030, this practice needs to be reviewed again. This is a 3-step process. This is an advisory board. The decision is up to the commission, and then it's to the voters in May. But hopefully this process will give future commissioners an idea of how to approach this and what to do if they want to try and do districts in the future or change what the voters might approve.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the whole DMAC and the citizens that are engaged in this process. This is just a point in time for Deschutes County. It's amazing. But yeah, thank you very much for your facilitation on this, taking the big look picture with your experience, with your legal background. I mean, that's very valuable, what you provided here.
And I appreciate the 3 of you agreed I should facilitate. And I hope I lived up to your expectations in doing that. I was a non-voting member, and we kept it informal and tried to keep it as polite as possible. But of course, there are differences of opinion. But I think if you listen to the tapes and follow the process, people were treated fairly.
And thank you so much for adding that night meeting, and because you were listening to people, and the fact that, some people weren't able to make the meetings, weren't they from like 1 to 3? So thank you for adding that. I think that was really, really important to the whole process. Thank you, Neil, I'm sure this was not the job you dreamed of.
I'm going back into retirement now.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming out of retirement.
In the media or whatever is going to happen here. Thank you. So the proposal is from the committee members by name alphabetically, first name alphabetically, right?
Yep, that's correct.
So there's just a little bit of a process around that even.
I'm just gonna look behind me to see. I think we're waiting on a couple more to see if they've come. And do you have any more questions for Neil, or we?
Yeah, before we jump into the, I have a lot of questions, but I think a question that would be particularly appropriate to ask now when we're just kind of going through the process and the way it ran. How we count, total population registered voters is really, it's a really important question. The size difference between the districts is also a really important question because we are talking about disenfranchising people every step of the way if we make the wrong choices. So I was pretty concerned about the choice to use registered voters versus total population. Is pretty concerned about the size difference between the districts. I am, and now after I went back and, looked at the numbers, and I am actually concerned about whether whether the maps that are being proposed ended up violating the 10% criteria. Looking back, the largest district, 34,620 registered voters, smallest 31,323. So a difference of 3,297 registered voters. Last I checked, that is more than 10% bigger than 31,323. So I wanted to ask how we calculated 10% because, again, 3,297 voters is actually more than 10% larger than the smallest district. So, I know you guys thought you were under 10%. So I wanted to see how you came up with that conclusion because, again, basic math, 3,297 registered voters is more than 10% bigger than 31,323.
So I would have to do the math that you're talking about in real time. But the method that we used to calculate was we took the total voter population as of November 1st. So for the final map recommendation, we took
registered voters.
We took the total registered voters as of November 1st, 2025, divided that by 5, came up with a population of 32,972. Took 5% of that, added that to 32,972, took 5% of that and minus that from 32,972 to get that 10% range.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So that's from the median. But if I said to you, the largest district is more than 10% bigger than the smallest district, that's what my math is telling me. It's a real simple calculation. 3,297 over the size of the smallest district, and that's over 10%. It probably, everybody's got a calculator in their pocket. I'm sure people could check that for you right now. So that is a concern for me. Then kind of playing off of that, the decision was made to go with registered voters versus total population. Total population. The size gap between the largest and the smallest district is more than 10%, is significantly more than that. And that was particularly interesting because I looked at, I looked at which district was the biggest. And the district that was the biggest in total population was very small in registered voters. So, I puzzled over that for a little while. I looked at which district that was, talking about the east side of Bend. This is fast growing part of the community. And it is the part of the city where there are a lot of children. And so this points out, or a lot of people under the age of 18. Not all people under the age of 18 should be considered children, but there are a lot of people who are under the age of 18. And if we are making one district very big compared to the others, based on total population, it essentially means we are diminishing the representation. We're diminishing the voting power of the people who live in the biggest district. And so the way that this works out basically is we are disenfranchising families with children. And families with children do depend upon the county. They do use county services. They use county roads. If those kids get in trouble, they might need to interact with juvenile justice. Sorry, I started this with just a technical question on the way that we're measuring 10%, but I'm kind of extrapolating on that now. But I just really want to point out that the way that we count, the way that we assemble districts, and the difference in size between those districts really matters a lot for people's representation and equity of representation of people in our community. And I'm very concerned that the largest district is, even by voter registration, is more than 10% larger than the smallest district, because we, initially set out a 5% kind of bracket that we wanted to accomplish, relax that to a 10%. And I think essentially what we're doing, if we approve this map, is relaxing that further.
All set?
Yeah.
So yeah, this time is for the members of the committee, and we'll just start at the top there.
Great. I'm just going to turn around to see who we have.
Yeah, hopefully. Is Mr. Kaza here?
Okay, so we'll call the members up two at a time. I don't see Andrew Kaza here or Bernie Brader. We're two members. I see the rest of the DMAC here. So I'll call two up at a time to sit at the microphones, and then they'll each speak one at a time. And we'll do it again in alphabetical order. So first up will be Carol Loesch. Sorry, Carol, I do this every time. Thank you. And Matt Cyrus. So we'll have Carol sit in the middle as the first member to give comments, and then Matt Cyrus can sit to the right.
Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your service on this committee.
Thank you. I am Carol Leshy, and I am one of the two women appointed and the only non-affiliated voter, even though there are 56,714 registered non-affiliated voters in Deschutes County, the largest registered group. I am also a longtime member of the League of Women Voters, a nonpartisan grassroots organization dedicated to educating voters and defending our democracy. First, I'd like to thank the commissioners for the opportunity to do my civic duty to serve on this committee. I came in with my eyes wide open, hoping to contribute in a fair and impartial manner to produce a map that would serve all of Deschutes County. Unfortunately, that was not to be. The committee was mandated by the commissioners to draw 5 districts. That mandate would ensure that Republicans would have the majority in the county, even though they are in the minority of voters. Regardless of how we move precincts, the results would be the same if we had to draw 5 districts. The committee was not given the option to submit their own maps, and you chose not to consider any other options. From the very first meeting, citizens showed up to offer opinions and voice their concerns. As the process continued, a couple of the citizens even submitted their own maps and offered suggestions on how we could make mapping work better. As of yesterday at 3 o'clock, because I work and I didn't have time to look at the results this morning, over 150 people from Sun River to Tumalo to Redmond to Bend to Lapine commented, not including the 60+ that signed a petition or wrote guest columns and editorials in the local newspapers. The vast majority of those are against the drawing of districts and prefer the county commissioners to remain at large. I happen to agree with them. I care about each community and believe that you do too. Having districts divides us and not unites us. I care about my friends throughout the county and celebrate the achievements of each community. I also acknowledge the challenges that we all face and we can overcome when we work together. Commissioners DeBona and Adair, you are both up for election next year. This is your opportunity to show the voters that you listen to them. The sign of a true leader is the willingness to admit that you make mistakes. Take this opportunity to truly lead and reject the proposal to divide Deschutes County into 5 districts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Two questions. You know, when you say you're independent League of Women voters and the districts, remember, this is the committee you're representing. The districts that were created were Republican leaning or whatever. Can you help me with that logic a little bit?
Well,
you said independents are the most registered, the registered Democrats and Republicans, and now we have Democrat committee or Republican districts.
How did I come to that determination? I have a really curious mind. And so from the beginning, I started to kind of look at things. And as we proceeded, I was kind of curious as to why Matt and Phil were pushing so hard for MAP C. So I spent my weekend looking at the districts and putting the registered voters into those districts to see what the results would be. Because I really kind of thought, I kind of like MAP B, but then the same thing happened to MAP B. And so by having 5 districts, that was going to be the end result. There was no other option for it. I also, I do accounting for a living, so I think in terms of margins and statistics and things like that, which is how I came up with how many people commented, because I spent my weekend starting back from when they first commented and put it into a spreadsheet so I could see how it fell out. And then I had, I think, 50 more to add to it yesterday, and I don't know how many today, but I'll go back and I'll look, just because I'm wired that way and I'm a curious person. And I like to back up my facts with statistics.
Oh, yeah, no, that's great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions?
As I say, thanks for serving on the committee. I mean, this is a once in a lifetime moment, possibly, that we're even having this discussion.
I actually rather enjoyed it, and I didn't know anybody on the committee with me until it occurred. And I've developed some friendships since then.
Great, thank you.
It was a huge commitment of 12 meetings. So thank you so much. It's appreciated.
Thank you for going above and beyond the basic work of the committee to look at those numbers and help us understand. Again, going back to the question of, whether this criteria of no district shall be drawn for the purpose of favoring any political party, we can pretend we're not doing that by not looking. But we cannot know we're not doing that unless we check. So I really appreciate you taking a look at that.
Matt,
Handouts, may I?
Oh, handout? Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
She's most important. For the meeting
You
record.
can share it with her, yeah.
Thank you.
Right. My name is Matt Cyrus. Live in the Sisters area. Our family actually has been here in Central Oregon since before Deschutes County was a county. But I'd like to preface this by saying that I haven't always supported the idea of districting, and that in the last few years serving on the Planning Commission, where most of the Planning Commission members are allocated by geographic location, I think it actually makes a lot of sense. In the Planning Commission, we are allowed where individuals represent different geographic areas. We have a better knowledge of the specific area that we represent, but we all work very hard to represent the entire county and do the business of the county. I mean, it's been very educational for me to learn about South County and the community of Terrebonne and all of the different areas. I mean, whether it's housing in downtown Bend and all the different things within that. And so I think the districting actually has a lot of merit and makes sense. And, you know, we were tasked with the process. You know, the voters of Deschutes County adopted the measure to increase the number of commissioners, and the board voted to create possible districts to put to the voters to create an appointed, and then they appointed a district mapping committee to come up with a proposal for the districts. And we met, as I say, I think 11 meetings, and we were able to narrow it down to 2 maps that seemed to make the most sense and actually very closely resembled a map that was presented to us in our first meeting by a member of the public. And so, you know, when we got down to the brass tacks of trying to determine between the 2 choices of map B and C, you know, we were given several criteria. The precincts had to be contiguous. All of the precincts in map C are contiguous. Utilize existing precinct lines. The map does. Not unreasonably divide communities of common interest or geographic boundaries. And that's where the handout comes in. You know, if I might go through the exact logic, at least that I went through in determining which precincts worked better to go with which map. As you can see, the map C divides the county into 5 geographic areas comprising North County, including Sisters, Redmond and the surrounding areas, West Bend, East Bend, and South County, including Lapine. So each city has representation and the surrounding areas around each city. And more specifically, map C groups precincts 5 and 47 with the adjacent communities with common streets, development patterns, and geographic locations. While precinct 8 is outside the UGB, it is made up of Tetherow development, which is adjacent to and similar to the Broken Top development in precinct 7 or 47, excuse me. It should be noted that the map B option would have included precinct 47, which includes Broken Top, in the South County district. Highway 97 creates a natural break between East and West Bend. And in fact, Bend has chosen to further divide East and West Bend by restricting traffic flow between the 2 sides. So Highway 97 makes a very logical break between East and West. Map B placed precinct 25 with West Bend. But precinct 25 matches the development patterns of East Bend district and is predominantly east of Highway 97. Map B placed precinct 12 in Northeast Bend, but precinct 12 is a more natural fit to the North County because it has both rural development patterns and is outside the UGB. It also helps to maintain the Hispanic community of common interest adjacent to precincts 20 and 41. Precincts 2 and 33 are the most difficult ones to place because of proximity to Bend and the current UGB lines. However, in order to balance population, part of the Bend area needed to be included in an adjacent district. These 2 districts made the most sense because they are adjacent to South County District, have similar development patterns, and share an African American community of interest with precincts 33 and 43. Precinct 2 also maintains a common Native American community of interest with precincts 42 and 43. So, I mean, while we didn't look at political affiliations, you know, one of the criteria, it says no district shall be drawn favoring a political party or for the purpose of favoring a political party. So based on statute and advice of legal counsel, we chose not to look at that criteria. And in fact, one of the members of the committee had indicated that they wanted to look at that because it would influence which map they chose, which would have been a very specific violation of statute.
Well,
And it says that no
violation
district
of statute or only if they did it for the purpose of providing partisan advantage. If it was done for the purpose of ensuring there was not partisan advantage, is it a violation of statute?
It's nearly impossible to prove a negative. And it was the advice of legal counsel, your county council, not to do it. And so we chose to follow advice of legal counsel.
It was the advice of legal counsel that you might run into certain kinds of legal difficulties. It is not necessarily the advice of legal counsel not to do it.
My interpretation of the written advice that we were given is that we should not look at that. And it's in the record what we were presented.
Okay, so you can clarify that in your opinion, it was the advice of legal counsel not to do that.
I would certainly, it was my interpretation of the advice we were given. So, and that's why there's lots of attorneys in the world, is because everybody has a different opinion. But if I might finish.
Proceed.
So, and it also, one of the criteria is that no district shall be drawn for the purpose of diluting voter strength of any language or ethnic minority. I believe MAP-C does the best job of that. And it also says maps should be drawn to approximately equal population size, recommended to be within 5% variance between the largest and the smallest. And this was probably the most difficult criteria simply because we were not allowed to break precincts. Had we broken the different precincts, that would have been a fairly simple process. But in order to keep the precincts together, we were allowed to expand the criteria to 10%. And we chose, based on the fact that the census data was 5 years old. And in fact, voter registration data no longer was aligned with population data. For example, there are precincts that have more registered voters than what they showed as total population 5 years ago. So we felt that the registration data was a more accurate representation of current population. And so we chose to use that as the baseline. And with that, using that criteria, our variance is 7.4%. So we're well within the 10%. And even if you apply that to the old population data, we're at 10.6% variation. So we're very close on the population, even though it's 5 years old, and I believe no longer valid data. I think the map that we came up with meets the criteria as was best to what was outlined in our directions.
Thank you so much for your service on that committee. And
oh yeah, I have a question.
Sure.
7.6 and 10.6%. Tell me which numbers you divided to come up with those.
Sure.
Those percentages, because again, even the most generous way that I crunched the numbers, I only came up with 9.9% for the total registered voters. And that was basically taking the difference between the largest and the smallest district and putting that over the median number that you guys provided. So I don't see how it's possible for you to have come up with 7.6%.
I took the largest district largest district and the smallest district and added the two of them together and divided by 2. And then I took the variance between that number or each the high and the low and calculated the variance between the two.
So the
And
largest and the smallest divide by 2 to get the middle.
Right.
Okay. And then you put that over the biggest and the smallest.
Right.
Okay.
See the numbers that we did were outside the box that was drawn, but the box was an arbitrary number that didn't account for the fact that maybe the lowest number might be above the lowest criteria, or it provided an arbitrary box that didn't actually line up with the median average.
Yeah. Okay. So tell me what's wrong with the math that I did. So
I haven't seen your
I
math.
subtracted, I'll just tell you. I'll just tell you the formula right now. Subtracted the largest district's total registered voters. Subtracted the smallest district total registered voters from the largest district total registered voters. Put that number over the smallest district registered voters to get a percent variance from, basically to say how much bigger is the largest district than the smallest district. And that was over 10%. Is there something wrong with that math? It seems like the simplest way to calculate a variance to me.
I'd have to take a few minutes to run the numbers, but I can talk to you afterward if you want.
Okay. Yeah. Another question. So can you like you said a lot of things in there. I think what I heard you say was you stuck precinct 2 and precinct 33 in the South County district because of racial or ethnic or linguistic reasons. Is that the gist of it?
No, not because of that, but though that criteria supports those being in that area. One of the sub criteria that we were supposed to look at is whether or not we would break up some of those communities. And one of the primary reason I looked at was development patterns. 33, for example, is partially outside the UGB, has much lower population density than some of the adjacent some of the city precincts. If you look at part of the reason I presented copies of the precincts for you to look at, if you look at the precincts, it's kind of a game of what looks like the other. 33 matches more closely to the adjacent rural precincts. And so that's why I felt 33 needed to go with South County. And it supported the secondary criteria that I was looking at as far as some of the minority communities, that it matched up with the maps that we were given on those. And then now number 2, I mean, quite frankly, we had to come up with more population to go into South County. I mean, my preference would have been to have left 2 in East Bend, but in moving something else to South County to balance the numbers, it was probably one of the most rural or less developed precincts that in the edge of the East Bend area.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, and you didn't really consider that these are the most rapidly developing parts of the city of Bend that are going to basically be like much of the rest of the city of Bend very shortly.
Actually, we did. We looked at the building permits, and we dug deeper into the building permits, and ones that were by number of units, not by permit number, by number of permits. So we actually calculated those and found that that those precincts, if you take a look at the totals for the districts that we created, the West Bend still actually had more development pending than what would be considered DeSouth County. And so based on that data, it looked like the numbers still were going to work for the next several years. And of course, when you're looking at building permits, I mean, the economy, as you saw this morning with your presentation, could change quickly. Just because somebody pulls a permit doesn't mean it's going to turn into an actual person in the next 2 to 5 years, or, you know, we've seen population declines in this county. But so we did factor that in choosing the precincts where we put them in this map.
Okay. So precinct 8, you said, you know, that's basically, oh, that's like the city of Bend. So you stick it with West Bend, as opposed to putting it with South County. You know, and you mentioned Tetherow. So Tetherow is a destination resort, and a destination resort is a land use, a development pattern that we see in rural Deschutes County, pretty much everywhere else. I would ask you to identify another destination resort or resort community that isn't lumped with a rural district. So I guess, you know, I find it puzzling that you would put Tetherow, you know, kind of tack Tetherow onto the city of Bend with that logic. And so, you know, you can respond to that if you like. And then I want to talk about communities of interest a little bit.
Well, the Tetherow, based on development patterns, lines up very closely with Broken Top. I mean, granted, it is a destination resort. It is outside of the UGB, but it was an area that there was no areas of contention within the committee. It was one of those that we didn't have any disagreement on whether or not where to put it. Also back to population balancing.
But you could have swapped 8 out for, you know, some portion of 2 or 33.
I mean, that's certainly possible.
Yeah.
Don't have the, I mean, it'd take a minute to run the numbers and see if it.
Yeah.
If it works.
And so looking at the
Touching. So 2 is, but 33 is on the other side. So I don't think you'd want to move 33 over to that one because it's not touching.
Well, if 8 would still connect in with South County, I mean, it was a function of kind of back to what looks like the other.
Yeah, I mean, I would say a destination resort. I would say Broken Top are rural land use patterns and development patterns. You know, kind of anomalies in relation to the city of Bend, in comparison to what we're going to see in 2 and 33. So just,
I mean, that's certainly
kind of like poking a little bit at your kind of, 33 is rural land use versus 8, or Broken Top is rural land use. So we can move on from that.
And that's the process we went through in a lot of different meetings, is with the IT folks that did a phenomenal job of bearing with us it was, well, let's see, let's move this one to this one, and let's move that one to that one, and see what the numbers look like. And it was a huge balancing game with regard to the numbers. And I'd have to look and see if a person were to move 8 to South County, is there something else that would balance number wise to allow that?
Okay. Yeah. And, you know, I appreciate you did the best you could. You couldn't look at everything. You couldn't anticipate the kind of questions I would ask, but these are all questions that affect how the Board of Commissioners should or should not evaluate this map proposal. I did want to go to this question of communities of common interest, because with map C and B compared to map A, one of the things that troubled me the most was the lumping of Terrebonne with Sisters. The people of Terrebonne, when they need to go to the hospital, they're going to St. Charles and Redmond. When their kids go to school, they go to the Redmond School District. When they need someone to put out the fire at their house, they call Redmond Fire, or 911 dispatches Redmond Fire. And we're going to see the relationship between Terrebonne and Redmond, deepen even further in the coming years, because the wastewater collection system that the people of Terrebonne have worked so hard to develop is going to be tied to the wastewater treatment system in the city of Redmond. So I was baffled to see Terrebonne, which in my mind is clearly connected as a community of interest with Redmond, stuck into a district with Sisters, which is basically on the other side of Redmond from Terrebonne, and with Tumalo, which is basically on the other side of Redmond from Terrebonne. So I
can explain that if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, I would be curious about, the thought process with discarding or dispatching with map A.
Yeah, primarily because, we actually looked real hard at that. Does it make sense to, where Terrebonne does have economic connections with Redmond?
All kinds of connections.
I agreed, absolutely. But you also look at back to the population. We've included the community of Eagle Crest with the Redmond area, also served by Redmond Fire. Redmond had too big a population to add other areas that might fit well, but also take a look at the area that included Terrebonne. Well, it includes the unincorporated community of Terrebonne, also includes all the rural area around it, a big chunk of Crooked River Ranch, and down into Lower Bridge. It included an area that, like I say, while it does include Terrebonne, also includes a lot of area that looks like the rest of the Sisters district with regard to the rural makeup of that area. And so that was kind of the balancing act is which makes the most sense. And given especially the Crooked River Ranch influence in that district, felt that it probably connected in with the greater North District as opposed to Redmond proper.
I want to ask, kind of as we're talking about the difference between map A and maps B or C. I understand that the committee never looked at party registration data of precincts as a committee. I just wanted to ask if you individually, did any individual homework looking at the party registration in precincts during the time of this committee work?
I did not.
I'm interested to hear that. Because I do think that if you look at, it seems to me that the primary reason that map A was discarded was because it was not as gerrymandered as maps B or C. And I just kind of suspect that somebody was looking at that along the way. But
yeah, I don't have map A in front of me, and I don't, quite frankly, we've been through so many maps, I don't remember what it looks like off the top of my head.
Okay. Thank you.
All set?
Sure.
So one of the things that comes to mind about partisan, districting or whatever is when you look at national elections on the automated boards during big elections, there's always the little blue dot with red all around it. I mean, it's kind of a natural state to be in, is my observation, just from what we've seen. Just a comment. So thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Matt, for your service here and on the Planning Commission. Appreciate your historical perspectives.
Okay, next up we have Melanie Keebler and Ned Dempsey. Just want to make sure I'm doing my alphabetical order correct here.
Did Andrew and Bernie arrive?
We looked for them online.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Yeah, I checked with Eric just to see if they were online, and he reached out to everyone online, and we don't believe they're online. I haven't seen if anyone's walked in the door, but
yeah,
we'll do one final call for them
Yeah.
at the end. Yeah. With that, we'll turn it over to Melanie.
Okay, thank you for joining us. Thank you for your service.
So thanks for allowing me to serve on the committee. I'm going to talk a little bit about the process, the result, and have some comments about the why of this whole process. I want to start by thanking the staff who've been mentioned, who worked really hard on this in a process that, in my opinion, was way too rushed. Having a meeting every single week allowed them very, very little time to prepare between meetings. And I was very sad to hear that Lee was working weekends many times trying to help us. It also appeared to me that the staff really didn't have a lot of autonomy. They were not supported with a consultant or an expert or any software, even though there was a $12,000 budget for this committee. $9,000 of that was spent on facilitation. So I think part of what you're hearing from the community is a reflection of how rigid this process was. I don't feel this committee was actually allowed to advise. There was not enough emphasis on engaging the public, engaging public sentiment for something that's going to need to get through the ballot. And I think that made it really difficult to build trust with the community, which is really essential when you're starting a new project or a new initiative that's going to affect the entire county, and it's going to fundamentally alter our democracy and our democratic process in Deschutes County. And I think people in this county, they want good governance. And that's why we've seen 2 citizen initiatives that have come up for nonpartisan elections and to expand the county commission that have come from the grassroots. But what this effort was a really top-down effort that I think limited this committee's ability to seek public input and get public support for the eventual map that may be on the ballot. And I do want to speak to limiting public comment. Just as someone who's been in elected office for 5 years and run meetings at the city, I agree we do the business of the people, but when you say that in a room, when you're also telling everyone they are not allowed to speak, it feels like you're not acknowledging that these are the people that you serve as well. And I felt that happened on the committee sometimes when we would get comments and there would be reactions of, well, we're just here to do the commission's bidding. And that was actually something that Member Henderson said at some point. And I wrote that down as meaningful to me because I thought that we were going to be able to advise the commission using our areas of expertise or experience as well as the public's input. And it became clear throughout the process that wasn't the case. And I think there's been a real fundamental understanding of the point of public notice and public meeting process that really undermined our ability to build that trust and to come to a good decision that hopefully would incorporate public comment. So I'll come to the result. I'm not going to go into, I made my case on the committee. I was outvoted as to why I don't think this map is a good map. I think, honestly, any map that divides us into 5, as Carol pointed out, is divisive. It is not the best way for us to govern this county. I don't understand why we were not allowed to consider a 4 districts plus 1, which many other counties use, or the Missoula model that Commissioner Chang brought up, where you live in different parts of the county, but everyone votes. Because I think some of the feedback that you're hearing is that people are going to lose their voting power. They are only going to be able to vote for 1 commissioner instead of 5. And I want to point out some specific problems with the map that's before you. It does dilute the voting strength of our Latino neighbors in Bend by dividing 2 and 25. I've walked those neighborhoods. I've talked to those neighbors. I made this case again and again on the committee. I respectfully disagree with Mr. Cyrus about Precinct 33. Commissioner Chang made some of the points I would make, but about the growth and the nature of that precinct. But I also looked at our voter registration numbers over the years, and that is the 5th highest as far as gaining new voters in the last few years from the numbers that we were given. That is a growing area of Bend. So it doesn't make sense to lump that with South County. And I do also want to point out that this map overall both cracks and packs Bend voters into two districts while cracking off parts of the city. And that dilutes the voting power of Bend, who is half the population of this county and the #1 contributor to the tax rolls and the budget of the county commission. And I think we really need to be careful about trying an experimental untested process and result that we did mid-decennial with old census results that we have, most of the committee didn't call as primary in their decision. They wanted to focus on registration that I don't think considers our current growth patterns. We're doing that and you're asking voters to approve it, and half of your voters live in Bend, right? So I think you're going to have to make the case to Bend voters why this is going to be resulting in better governance for them, and I don't think you can make that case. I also want to just emphasize that no other county uses voter registration as the primary number to determine their districts. No other county that's districted in Oregon has more than about a 1% spread between the populations of their districts. No other county draws their maps mid-census. Lane County, there was an attempt to do that. The voters said no. No other county I could find used a structure like we had on DMAC, as far as directly politically appointed without application or any other kind of requirements for people to sit on that committee. And every other districted county has a charter. So they have a founding document that helps to guide their governance, including how they district, when they district, and that charter was approved by voters before, obviously districts happened. So finally, to get to the why, just some questions I think that you all should think about before you make this decision, and you're going to have to grapple with if you do forward this to the voters. Why are we doing this now? Why is this happening mid-decennial when we have old census data and we are struggling to in a very fast-growing county to see that as accurate? Why is this happening when we have an election for county commissioners coming right up that is going to frankly confuse people? I've heard of people asking, well, what district am I in? We don't have districts yet, but this conversation has confused the public into thinking maybe they're in one, or maybe they only get to vote for certain people, when in May we will be voting at large, as we have always done for our commissioners. I think you're going to need to ask the question, why do we need this map? We heard some talk about making sure that people are familiar with their part of the different parts of the county, that there is rural voice on the commission. And Commissioner DeBone, you've sat on this commission for over a decade, and being elected at large as someone who doesn't live in Bend, lives in Lapine, right? And I know Commissioner Adair also lives outside of Bend. So I'm not sure the connection between dividing up our county in this way with all the sort of risks and sort of fraught with peril new experimental map is going to connect with people as to why this is going to result in better governance for them. And I just also want to ask the question, as I was sitting here thinking about this, how much is it going to cost to put this on the ballot when you have not had a process that's built public trust to get you to where I think you can earn more than 50% of the vote? And that's something you should consider. Is this the right time to do this, or is this time to start over and say, okay, if we really want to do districts, we need to involve the public so that we can build public support for whatever will go on the ballot? Otherwise, you are throwing something up that I don't think the voters are going to approve, and I don't think it's going to be close. So I would ask you to consider all those things. And I do appreciate being able to be part of this committee and to be representing Bend, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
One of the thoughts that comes to mind, is there any function or service of the county that the city of Bend residents are really more focused in? Because it goes back to that why question. I try to stay away from the concept that it's just purely political, but it may be. But is there anything that, what's the why behind wanting to have, this whole process? I'm going back to kind of the beginning.
For you to answer, so I'm not sure what your question is. Can you ask it again?
Well, that's the catch-22 we have here, because as I say, I was opposed to it originally. Now we're in this process. It feels like we're trying to finish something that was started, but yeah.
Opposed to what?
It is.
I think I'll answer that. I think the voters of Bend are incredibly invested in who sits on this county commission. You are the public health authority for our county. You are involved in homelessness work that absolutely affects the city of Bend. You've been our partner on many initiatives there, and that's very important that continue. You are important in the world of housing. You are important in the world of transportation, connecting all of whenever we go anywhere outside of Bend, we're probably using county roads at some point.
And I think we do all those really well.
And I think So I think that is the case to say to Bend voters now you only get to pick one of your commissioners, and some of you are going to be cracked into these districts with a bunch of other voters who maybe don't have Bend as their primary experience, right? I do want to comment that I think one thing that really bothered me about this process, and it manifested in a public comment that we received at the listening session, was someone gave the opinion that they didn't want Bend to be in charge of anything. They actually didn't care if the map was illegal. They wanted to dilute Bend's voting power. And to me, that's so sad, because I think people who live across this county, as Carol said, we're so involved with each other. I go to places across our county all the time for incredible events, or to visit places, or to enjoy nature. And we're really connected. And I don't think that this idea that there's no way you could possibly know what rural people want or what city people want, or that there even are rural or city people. We are Deschutes County citizens. And I think we should all have a say on all of our leadership in the county. So I think that's what you might have to overcome if you present this map that's divided in this way. Is I still have not heard the why this will be better as far as governance for the people of the entire county.
Yeah, I have a question. So we've heard some different perspectives on which parts of Bend should have been put in which districts, or if you're going to split out parts of Bend, what parts would you split out? First, I am fundamentally concerned with the way that these districts line up with the city urban growth boundary, or the city limits on most sides of the city, because you get a quarter mile or half a mile outside the city of Bend, you're talking about people who depend upon city services. They go buy their groceries in the city. Their job is probably in the city. Heck, in some cases, people are using city water and sewer outside of city limits. So people are intimately, their kids go to school at schools inside city limits. So I wanted to ask whether, and I'm interested in your perspective as the mayor of Bend, put that hat on for a moment. Was there ever any discussion about centering this process? The way it appeared to me that the way it worked was the process started centered on Redmond, and then you sort of built out from there. Was there ever any discussion about, centering this on Bend, splitting, having meaningful chunks of Bend in 3 districts, and then working on the rest from there?
No, Commissioner, I would say there was not such a process. And I would say generally the process was very ad hoc. It was listed on the agenda. Now we do map work, and there was sort of, okay, let's talk now. And it was hard sometimes to know what is it exactly we're expected to decide today. What are we going to be looking at today? And we would have to give direction to staff via a vote, and then find out kind of what we would have in front of us at the next meeting. So there was not a systematic approach. And I think that's part of why this process was a little bit difficult at times. Is, this is a very technical thing to do, to draw these kinds of maps. But, and if we could have gone outside of precinct lines or things like that, it might have been easier to try to massage this into something that looked more doable. But I mean, I think it was a very ad hoc process, so there was not a real intention of starting somewhere or ending somewhere. It just sort of evolved as folks talked through the process.
Thank you. Yeah, and I mean, I'm also concerned that, if all of the maps started with Redmond, and kind of worked out from there, and we heard from the Redmond City Council, who are pretty good reflection of opinion in the city of Redmond, that most of them didn't like it and had grave concerns about it. What did we accomplish by centering this on Redmond and then working out from there? Just a little bit more about kind of the placement of Bend precincts in different districts. So can you kind of break down for us again the pros and cons, the arguments of placing certain precincts on, in the southwest or the southeast of Bend into the South County District.
Yeah, we talked about that a lot. And I think, just to be honest, I think my opinion of precinct 33 was overruled by the opinions of other members of the committee. I grew up there. I live there now. I tried to make the point this is a very fast growing precinct. I don't think it fits with this part of the county, but I was overruled. And I think when you are forced to draw into 5 different places, you have to make some decisions, and it's not going to make sense because you will have to divide up Bend. And so that's going to look a lot of different ways. This is the way it ended up looking. I made my case as to why I didn't think that was correct, but I was overruled.
Right. Can you just kind of reiterate some of the arguments about why it might be appropriate to put other precincts in Southern Bend in different districts? I heard you say precinct 2 was split from precinct 25. Disaggregating the Latino population and maybe diluting their voting power. What are some of the other considerations about some of the other Southern Bend precincts?
Yeah, I think the other main one was 33. Again, just, heard some statements it's outside the UGB. Well, it's in the UGB. It just hasn't all been annexed yet because we haven't completed the Southeast Area Plan. I think the fundamental problem is that if you would like to have commissioners that are specifically from certain parts of the county, you need to use a model like our school district uses, which says you live there, but then the whole district votes for you. That's a very easy way to ensure that you have some of that geographic representation while still allowing everyone to vote. And so I think because I think you could say also with this map, Lapine, Sisters, Terrebonne, they might never get a representative because someone from Bend could always run because we've touched Bend with all of these districts. So I don't even know if it's achieving our goal of helping people from, outside our main city become commissioners, which again, I'm not sure we need districts to do that. I think there are other ways we can think about if we want to have that guaranteed geographic representation on the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for
Oh,
joining us.
I will ask, Mayor, I just want to know, did you run the latest, November 1st, voter registration numbers?
I looked at the November
You
registration.
have not looked at it? Do you know how many people are registered now?
No, I have my sheets that we were provided that were showing the trend over the years. That was to show the growth pattern, but we weren't provided updated every month registration numbers. So
Okay.
I'm sure the clerk
that
can
number?
tell you that.
The clerk just happens to be right here.
He's right there. Thank you, Stephen.
Steve Dennison, County Clerk. Those numbers are widely available. They're posted on our website monthly, so they're accessible by anybody.
And it is approximately 164,000?
Correct.
Thank you.
And updated this past Monday.
Thank you.
64. Good. Ed, thank you for joining us. Yes.
Thanks. So thanks. My name is Ned Dempsey and I live in Bend, west side of Bend. And this is a hard act to follow, but I'll do my best. When I looked at this initially, trying to decide what I could contribute to this process, I didn't really have a clear picture on what to do. I mean, because I'm not a politician. I've never held political office. I've never participated in partisan politics, and I have no political ambitions in the future, just in case you guys were worried about me.
Right. Okay.
Just kidding. So I'm not focused on partisan issues at all, and never have been, and haven't really followed county government that much. So I decided to look at what I could, what I could provide, what I could add value to the process. And I just, my background as what my training and my whole career has been as an engineer. And that means that I work with numbers. I'm a numbers guy. I'm a database guy. That's what I do. I also look for patterns in database. And most importantly, I pay attention to details, a lot of details. The devil is always in the detail, and from an engineering point of view. So one of the primary details that I focused on when developing my opinions on what I could do is how to follow the guidelines and how to follow the rules we've been given. to me, agreeing to serve on the committee, agreed to follow the rules that were given. There's other ways to look at this, and I'm sure a lot of people did. In fact, from the very first meeting on, as Melanie just referred to, there was a strong push to change the rules, to change what were the purpose of the committee. So there was suggestions that we have no maps. There was suggestion we have 2 maps. There was suggestion that we have 4 districts with 1 at large. There was a suggestion that 5 districts with no, with everybody voting at large. Those are all issues that came up during the committee. So based on those issues and suggestions, we went back for clarification, which was paying attention to the details of the rules. So we went back and asked for clarifications, and we got those clarifications and proceeded forward. Now, you may not, some members obviously did not agree with those clarifications, but from my point of view, if you're on this committee, you follow the rules you've been given. There's other formats, there's other ways to disagree or whatever, but that wasn't the purpose of this committee. So I focused on that, and I made sure that we followed rules. And when we had a question, we went back for clarification. So a couple of other topics that I wanted to talk about. One was the use of database, which came up earlier. Voters registration, that's numbers of voters. That's not political parties. It's registration or census data. And those were the 2 options given. And I chose to follow the voter registration because it was accurate, it was current, and it was based on, and it correlated very well with, in my view, it correlated well with the census data. And the census data was 5 years old. As somebody mentioned earlier, we had some districts or some precincts where we had more voters than we had population if you use those 2 databases. So I wanted to mention that I chose to go with voter registration as a base. It wasn't there. It's been reported that we didn't look at census data. That's not accurate. We did look at census data. We looked at a lot of databases. But for me, from an engineering point of view, you need some base to start with and something to compare things to. So maybe it was wrong, maybe it was right, but the census data was old. It's coming up in another 5 years. You guys can change the rules in 5 years. As Melanie said, nobody does it in midterm, but we did it in midterm. So once again, you got to follow the rules that exist. So I think the map that we came up with followed those rules. Another issue I wanted to bring up was the use of party affiliation for the criteria. And we talked about that before. Map C did not consider political affiliation as part of it. My position to not use political data as part of our criteria was based on, one, the rules that Phil mentioned earlier. Boundaries should not be drawn for the purpose of helping or harming a political party. I focus on the words, the purpose of helping or harming. By not using the data, there is no purpose one way or the other. Considering political affiliation would and has opened up your criticism to gerrymandering. So, but by not having that data, not debating it, not receiving it, from my point of view, we didn't use it. There was no purpose involved. The other reasons I didn't want to use party affiliation is the 5 new positions, or the 5 positions, are all nonpartisan. They're not R's or D's. They're nonpartisan. And the biggest group in the county is non-affiliated anyway. So how do you represent? How do you split it 3 ways? So to me, party affiliation does not seem relevant to the process we were doing in any case. So that's why I was against it. To me, living in maybe an engineering world, there's much more to life than R's or D's. So I didn't see that they were relevant. I still don't see that it's relevant. It's so regardless of that, the decision not to look at consider it party affiliation. One member stated that we were required by law to do that. So once again, When that came up, we asked for input. We went back and got clarification on whether we had to use party affiliation or not. The advice was that the committee did not have to use it if they did not choose to use it. And then if we did use party affiliation as part of our criteria, it would open up a whole different can of worms and we'd be accused of gerrymandering. There was no guidelines on how much is too much or how little is too little when you have, so for me, and today, I still don't know where the Rs or the Ds or the independents, I don't know which part of the county they live in. I don't care. I don't think it had anything to do with what we're doing. So another concern that I had that I wanted to address was that we looked at 11 maps or variations of 11 different maps. And the opposition to the maps that were finalized, the opposition rejected every single map. And after repeated requests to come up with a map that they would support, there was no map support, no map came forward. So I became concerned that the option or the objective of the opposition was to have no map. So the last issue I wanted to mention also was a meeting, a gathering, if you will, here on the 19th of November after we concluded our regular meetings. We voted on not having any more meetings. We had completed the map C. We had adopted a map C. There was no purpose in having another map or another meeting, in my opinion. And the press was invited. Individuals were invited to show up with the implication that they didn't know that the last meeting or they didn't know that there was no meeting. So, but no committee members were invited. So I'm not sure what the purpose of that was. It didn't feel very, in my mind. So we voted on the 12th that no more meetings. So to say that we didn't know there was not another meeting is not true. So my conclusion is map C was developed by following the rules. There was no gerrymandering. We didn't even consider the data. We considered a lot of data, but not that particular set. And map C is the best for the county. So the opposition constantly tried to change the purpose of the committee, which I objected to. They did not present a single map that they would support. And they've accused me, in my mind, of breaking the law, of gerrymandering, and having a partisan agenda. I don't have a partisan agenda. I don't have any agenda other than trying to do the best map I could come up with, in my opinion, for the county, following the rules we had. And I'm kind of saddened and even resent the opposition's approach of accusing me of doing something that I didn't do. And going back and looking at political data to prove that we didn't use political data made no sense to me as an engineer. I mean, you can't use it to prove that you didn't use it. It just makes no sense. So anyway, I recommend map C, and I appreciate the opportunity. And don't ask me again. No, I'm just kidding.
Good. Ned, I appreciate your work on the committee. I appreciate that you, when you say, you tried to follow the rules and the criteria that were set out for the committee, and that was your box. I respect that. When you say that you didn't look at party registration data for precincts, I believe you. I would still pose to you the question, how do we know that maps were not drawn? How do we know that this map doesn't convey partisan advantage, disproportionate partisan advantage, without looking at the data? Like, how can we know that is that we've met that goal of the committee? I mean, you all can talk about the particular language that was set out in the criteria, but the goal is not to favor any political party. And how can we know that we are not favoring any political party unless we check? And you're a data guy, so like, I'll be interested in your question, in your response.
Don't know if you can know. And to me, there's more to life, maybe from an engineering view, or there's more to life than an RRD. And even in Deschutes County, there's a whole lot of people that are unaffiliated or independent. They're not Rs or Ds. So I'm still not sure if we didn't use the data and we didn't consider the data as part of the criteria for developing these district maps. And in my view also, political parties don't matter. I mean, to what we were trying to do. So, and how do you, and when there's three groups, non-affiliated, Rs, Ds, and Is, how do you consider all four different groups? I mean, it just wasn't relevant to me. So I don't know how to tell you that you don't know. I just know that using political data, political party data, to prove that you didn't use political party data made no sense to me, and it still doesn't.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking you about the letter of the criteria that we set out for you. I'm asking about the goal of not providing partisan advantage. And I appreciate that you are not a very partisan person, but I can tell you that even though this is a nonpartisan position now, there are a whole lot of nonpartisan positions in our community that the local party machines are very, very, very actively involved in contesting. So, I was the biggest supporter of the nonpartisan commissioner ballot measure. I'm still very proud that we did away with partisan primaries, that we enfranchised anyone who's not a D or an R to actually be able to vote in commissioner elections in May. I'm very proud of that. But I'm not so naive as to think that the parties aren't playing any kind of a role in the elections that we have for that nonpartisan position. And so, there's, I don't know if I have any other question, but I will just say that I am concerned that we cannot assure that we haven't provided disproportionate partisan advantage in drawing these districts without checking.
Well, I appreciate that, and I support the nonpartisan concept also. And these new positions are all nonpartisan. And I know there's a lot of, actually the whole country is split on the Rs and the Ds, and maybe this is a start of doing something a little bit differently, because to me, there's more to life than R or D. I mean, I don't think about it, I don't deal with it, although you live it every day. So I don't know how to answer your question exactly, how to prove it. I just know that by not using it, not considering it, not debating it,
you can't be accused of.
Well, I didn't care. I mean, I am being accused of doing it, and I didn't do it. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, I don't appreciate that. That is not what I did. And I'm the only one on the committee that's never held a political office, does not have a political position, does not participate in partisan politics, and of course you vote.
Ned, I would like to thank you for serving on this and pointing out that there actually were 11 maps that never got a total consensus. So 11, that's really unfortunate. This is something from the arguments for 9173. Assigning commissioners to geographic districts would be a logical next step. Dedicating a commissioner to Redmond or South County, for example, would improve access, representation, and oversight there even more. So this is from somebody's statement. And then it would say, yes, please vote yes, and push the county to assign commissioners to districts. So I just think those are, words. And as I've mentioned before, when I lived in Los Angeles, it was huge. We had 5 districts, and each district had over 2 million people. So, we're talking smaller numbers, but getting those districts set up now, I'd love to go back and look and see how those districts in Los Angeles were set up, decades and decades ago. But thank you for your service. I really, it's nice to know that an engineer thinks a certain way, and I appreciate your analysis.
Engineers don't get a lot of votes, though.
What?
Engineers don't get a lot of votes.
Engineers.
We don't?
I'd like to claim those words because I believe that they were mine.
Oh, yeah, they were.
And I certainly, in principle, support the idea of districting. The idea that every region of the county would be ensured that someone from their geography is representing them on the county commission is a great principle. So in principle, I 100% support districting. And I also believe that districting done wrong is worse than no districting at all. So, yeah, this is getting into some of my, some of the comments I'll make later on, but I cannot imagine supporting this map with this structure. One candidate from each, like candidates can only live in that district, and then the people can only vote for one commissioner, the one that lives, the ones that are running for the district that they come from. So I am a total champion of districting, and I'm telling you that this is not the way to do it.
Thank you very much for your, let's get the last one, and then there's going to be lots of decisions.
Really quick, just gently, Ned. Carol and I both supported map B at that last meeting, so I just want to make sure that's on the record that we weren't up there not supporting anything. That was the map we would have gone with, but it was clear at that point that map C was the one that was going to go forward. So that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Phil Henderson, and then I'll just, could we just say if Andrew Kaza or Bernie Brader are online, please raise your hand on Zoom, and we will go to you next for comments via Zoom.
So thank you very much for your service on this committee.
Thank you, commissioners. It's nice to be back here. Appreciate everything the staff did in this to help us, and the leadership of Neil Bryant. I thought he did a great job of, leading, but letting us help lead and being part of that. I think I'd rather been first than last because I have too much to say, but
5 minutes.
Well,
or so.
Maybe or so. I want to touch a little more on this issue of partisanship and nonpartisan elections. It's first of all, what Ned said and others have said is accurate. I think that really because they're nonpartisan, gerrymandering itself doesn't really fit to me. The gerrymandering you see in the state of Oregon, like with the legislative districts or congressional districts, or in California, or you could even say Texas, or anywhere they're doing it, are very partisan. They're partisan elections. In our elections, the candidates, what party they're with, doesn't even show up. So that's the first dive into the partisanship. The other thing is even bigger, and there was a letter from Cheryl Pellerin from Sisters that was in the last batch of input. Had put what I've been trying to say all along, but is that there's so many. It's not just non-affiliated. It's also independents, libertarians, what are called others, and then a variety of other parties make up 43.4% of the county. So that's what she did is she pointed out that of the 5 precincts, 1 is Republican, 1 is Democrat, and 3 are what you'd call the unaffiliated independents. Now, she only included the unaffiliateds, but if you put the numbers in of all the other parties that aren't Republican or Democrat, you'd be even beyond that. So when you get to these maps and say something's too partisan or not partisan or whatever, the results are, you can see what's there now. And I don't know what would be gerrymandering, what wouldn't. What typically has been gerrymandering is when you reach into the middle of a city to get more voters there to make the whole rest of the district more one party than the other. And that's happened in Oregon. So we have 4 congressional districts that reach into downtown Portland to get their voters. And so you've got 5 Democratic congressmen and 1 Republican congressman. Well, that's not the balance of voting in Oregon. The voters make those parties, the Republican Party should have more than 1 congressperson, but that's what gerrymandering usually looks like. The dominant feature for us was really what the law prescribed, which was communities of common interest. And I thought it was helpful that, for one, having been a commissioner for 4 years, to actually have dealt with the different regions of the county. And from the start, when I was first asked to be on it, I was asked by the reporter from the Bulletin how I kind of looked at it. And I said, really, I think there's regions that really just naturally fit together. And that is one of the criteria that in both, not only the guidelines you gave, but if you go back to the Oregon statutes and the Secretary of State rules, you're not supposed to split, you're supposed to keep communities of interest together, not split up boundaries, et cetera. And so from the very get-go in our process, we had a lot of good feedback early on with regard to specific maps, because we were going through maps like was discussed. There's a lot of people from Redmond that were very concerned that they wouldn't have representation. And that resonated with me because that's a finite group. And, but it's also true, we're not supposed to split Sisters, Bend, or Lapine if you can help it. So that kind of was a starting point, the 4 stars of the communities that we ended up building with. Now, you've heard before, I don't know if you've seen, but there was one of the first meeting, we got a map from Greg Bryant, we call it the Bryant map, that's within 2 precincts of what I think, or if placement, or maybe 3 of what we have today. And I don't know if he intuitively knew kind of regions or just was smart, but he'll go down famously if this passes. But but Redmond itself was a very, it's pretty close. You know, we knew we had to get about 35,000 when we used voters, and I can't remember the population number, but there's a number we had to meet. Well, the precincts in Redmond, the 4 main precincts in Redmond, and then 2 surrounding it make that. So and they're all connected. And Commissioner Chang asked a good question about Terrebonne, and really the issue was 19 is part of Redmond also going south, which is the Bend-Redmond Highway, and Terrebonne is in the port, and we knew that, and we talked about it. But Terrebonne does go a long ways to the west, has a lot of rural voters, and so it just you have to make choices because you couldn't have one or the other. And actually, putting Terrebonne would make Redmond even bigger. But the issue was that. So then naturally, there's a community of interest of the biggest thing I thought was more important than party or anything is really the fact that there's almost a third of the people in Deschutes County live in non-represented or unincorporated areas. A lot of people probably don't know that. And I find it kind of disappointing, I guess, to hear the comments about Bend this and Bend that. Well, Bend is just the cities make up 2/3 of the county, and Bend doesn't makes up maybe half of the county, but it's very roughly. But there's lots of the county, and what to me, having been a commissioner, is I like the strength of the county, and I want to make sure those districts are represented, and they can be, because if they have somebody from there, it'll encourage that. And we don't want, and so also background, I live in Bend. I've lived here 36 years. I've lived 27 years in precinct 33. I've also lived on the west side of Bend. And the point is, if you were in Bend with it, everybody votes at large. If you're not on a certain party or a certain side of issues, you have no voice, period. The same is, I don't want that to be true for other parts of the county where, and I think Mayor Keebler might have even said that they could all be from Bend. Well, I don't want that, even though I live in Bend, because I think what makes us strong is there's a region to the north of Bend, the south of Bend, and there's Redmond. And we kept all of the communities together as much as we could. We got down really to the end to just a few precincts to finish South County and Bend, and where do we get them from? And we've talked, and Commissioner Chang asked Matt Cyrus about this. And one of the issues, we did consider 8 going into South County, but one of the problems is it's on the other side of the river, so you can't actually get to South County very easily from there. Whereas the ones we put in are all connected to South County and precinct. So that was connectivity is an issue. And it's one of the guidelines they say is transportation routes, et cetera. And we had discussed that as a concept because we had one map early on that went up the whole west side of Deschutes County. Well, that would have taken you from Lapine all the way to Sisters. And the person that had that district would have a lot of driving, as you know, 2 of you know, because you go to one of the other. So we're trying to keep things together. And the other maps we looked at it really came down to 3 or 4 different precincts that could be in the South County because they abutted it. But so for me, communities of interest includes things, and it's a good point about, well, Tethro's a resort. I like that most of the resorts are in what we call the North County rural area. You go from they're not all exactly resorts, but resorts golf communities, but Black Butte, Aspen Lakes, across the way to Eagle Crest and Pronghorn are all in that. And then South County has all of the Sun River complex of resorts. And Widgie Creek and in the Southern Mountain are in 38, and that's one that does straddle the river, but the precinct straddles the river. It goes from all the way from out there down to outside Sun River. So it fits. It was just a kind of a clunky thing that way. So I do think that, getting those precincts that way was good and the issue of how they'll vote, I think, is unknown to me, because I think the voting changes a lot within our county. And I think and from what the data that's come out says that some of the precincts are very close. Bend has two, I mean, is it more gerrymandered because you have 2 Bend precincts that have lots of Democrats, but one has a lot more independents. So those are things we thought about and talked about. I do want to mention a couple of things that I've found a little frustrating, and I'm glad to see people active in the process. But when we had a lot of comments, but when it came down to it, we were basically going through maps. Pretty much, we eliminated maps by consensus. I remember several of them. Drew made the motion to eliminate a map for this reason or that. And we didn't come up with a map. None of the members came up with a map and said, we've got to do this. It literally was, we were kind of weeding out ones, and we got down to the 2. We'd had those meetings at 3 meetings. And it really just, when Brian asked the commission, do we have opinions? It was 4 said the one map, 2 said the other, and Drew wouldn't say. We'd been looking at them 3 weeks. It would be nice, and I'd hope we'd get to a map that would have had everybody agreeing on the districts. But I'll tell you what I heard today is what I heard a lot through the process, is that some members of the committee didn't really want to have maps and districts at all. For me, I think the county makes a great step by having districts, and I hope you approve it. I hope even Commissioner Chang votes for it to get on the ballot. Maybe the citizens of the county won't approve it, won't like it. But the advantages you get, and that's why, is you get to people that can be specialized, can be responsive to their areas. And I think that's a good thing for all of us. I feel more represented if I have that. The Bend School Board has what you call the Missoula Plan, where there's districts. The people running come from districts. But it's so predominantly one-sided in a voting that last election nobody even ran as opposed to the school boards because they can't win. And that's how it is. So I have someone coming from my district that represents me in the school board, but I don't feel enfranchised. They're not. And so I don't like that idea. And I think this is a very good, fair way to make sure everybody has good representation. We have a vital community. So I like that. I hope you do it. And the other thing, 3 of the other large counties have districts, just like us. The one I look to the most is Lane County. Lane has had districts. I got to know them. They're like us because they have a West County, East County. They have Eugene with 2 and Springfield with a 3rd, and they're mixed differently. But the point is, they work. Districts work. Those people, some of my favorite commissioners were there. The other thing that was interesting is when you hear that other counties are within 1%. I got the numbers. I had looked up the numbers this week, and one of the commissioners represents like 45,000 people, voters, and another one has like 62,000 or 64. I mean, they're way more than even 10%. So I guess I have some other rebuttal if you want to hear it, but
I think we've exceeded 5 minutes. But
I might have.
Thank you so much.
I would love to ask a couple questions.
A lot of time on
That we could keep you here for a couple minutes longer, but maybe in response to some questions. Yeah, first off, maybe 3 factual corrections. Only a quarter of the county population lives in unincorporated areas. It's not a third. So anything kind of talking about like, oh, a third of the population needs to have this kind of representation. We're talking about, City of Bend, 105,000 people, City of Redmond, 40,000 people, Lapine and Sisters each, getting on to 3,000 people. That is 3/4 of the population that lives in incorporated cities.
Yeah, I appreciate that comment.
No, that's just fact. Let me get on to, let me
clarify what I meant, because I don't want to be suggest that I was misrepresenting something.
Yeah.
So I actually took the registered voters, and 53,902 are from unincorporated areas, and 111,000.
You're perfectly illustrating my point that by counting registered voters, we're disenfranchising families with children.
I don't know what that means, but anyway.
Means people who are under 18 years of age don't get counted.
Well, I think in
So, all right. So a couple other factual corrections.
But I think most 18.
I haven't gotten onto my questions yet. Can I please just give these couple of factual corrections and then get onto those? All right. You cannot connect Precinct 8 to South County. I know a whole lot of people who on a regular basis drive out the Cascade Lakes Highway and then wrap around down to Sun River. That's pretty connected. Those are state highways, the whole way. Also, Bend Lapine School District, nobody even ran. I tracked those elections fairly closely. I think that there were candidates for every single seat.
I meant there was no opposition candidates in several of the seats. So the people that have been selected and are part of the right group all are in there. So
yeah. No, I mean, you look at just about anybody, and there's often elections where there's no contest. House District 54. Well, we could discuss that at another time. Phil, so I believe you have served as the chair of the County Republican Party.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
During that time, or during periods when you have been intimately involved with the County Republican Party, has the County Republican Party taken an interest in county commissioner elections?
Well, I did. I mean, I was chair when Commissioner DeBone and Commissioner Adair, who I worked with, ran.
Yeah.
So yeah,
So that
worked on those campaigns. We're not nearly as good at it as your party is, but the Democrats. But as we witnessed today, we're you got
yeah. So would you say that county parties are a significant influence in county commissioner elections?
I actually don't know that. I think candidates make a bigger difference.
I think you just said that they did.
I don't know if they do. I don't know if they do. We had some very good candidates, so I don't know what wins the races, and we're going to see this year because one party's already got 8 or 10 candidates in there, so we'll see. I don't know what makes the difference. It's very complicated running for county commission. As you know, there's a lot of county, there's a lot of interest groups, there's lots of different things going on. There's a lot of things the county does. So,
yeah, I mean, I would say that my impression is that county parties, both sides, play a significant role in county elections. And so ignoring the role of parties in drawing these districts, I think, is not in touch or in step with the current realities of how elections
But I was
role in this.
people vote independently, and Oregon's has had a long tradition of having independent. I mean, I grew up here. I've lived here 70 years. Long tradition of being more independent and and I'm hoping we get back to that. Maybe the growth of an independent party or non-affiliates will help that. But what's not good is a one party everything. So I like balance, and I think
I agree with you. That's why I was the primary proponent of the nonpartisan commissioner ballot measure.
Well, I get
so
that
okay,
really just helps.
Another question. Letting the 60,000 plus people who are non-affiliated, independents, libertarians, Greens, and other parties besides DNR vote. That's that there's something bad about that, or
No,
there's something partisan about that.
Less people that voted in that election than either of the candidates got in either of the previous elections. So I'm just saying it's a lower turnout. So
yeah. So Phil, you are an attorney, correct?
I am an attorney.
Yeah. So I'd actually like to ask you a couple of, for your legal perspective on a few things.
I can't give a legal opinion to you officially, but I can tell you what I know.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Do you think that this map proposal is open to legal challenge? There's I've heard people mention.
I don't know. I mean, anything a lawsuit can be filed, whether it's has merit or not, we'll see. I mean, I looked through. I asked Neil Bryant, who's also attorney, what statutes to look at, and I went back, got the statutes. I got the Oregon Constitution. I got the Secretary of State's regulations, and I feel like other members have said is we followed the guidelines of the commission, but also those laws. I don't know. Some of this is uncharted territory a little bit. So I guess we'll see. But I know there's people already outspoken, and there's people that are probably here today. They're lawyers that are already thinking about the appeal. So we'll see. So that's the price of doing this. The people weren't happy when they set up there's people who didn't like the American Constitution. Things get challenged.
Well, I don't know if that was challenged legally, but
what hadn't been set up yet, but
correct. Did you another question about kind of along the legal lines? So, as a professional attorney, do you have any sense of what if we do face challenges? Why did you use this population measure instead of another? Why, I think that these are gerrymandered districts, et cetera, et cetera. Do you just have any sense of what it might cost the county to defend itself? Because someone else raised the question.
Why would I know it costs the county?
Well, I mean, you're an attorney. You charge professional rates.
Counties has a different billing system and everything. And the fact is, all three of you had decided you wanted districts, and this committee got, one thing I learned at the commission is that, 2 of 3 people can decide to move forward. You've mounted a great, offensive against it or whatever since you started. You wrote articles in the paper.
I first voted for us to explore districts. It's been downhill since then.
Exploring it, we did what we think is a great job. If the voter, we kept saying this when everyone could come in and tell us we should be looking at other options. We just said, including a couple of our members, go back to the commission. Then we're here. When I didn't like when maybe I used the word bidding. Do the commissioner's bidding. You're a legislative function. We were doing executive function. We were just there to accomplish it, and a task that we did the best at. I used to be a builder, and I built houses for couples, and it felt a little bit like I'm building a house, and both people say they want a house, so we design it, we price it out, we're ready to go, and then one says, "Well, I never really wanted a house." I don't know why there weren't 7 people committed to getting a map on the committee. So we did the best we could. You had a lot of volunteer hours, a lot of not only really experienced and well-educated people, but a lot of us have a lot of history in this county and know something, we know a lot about it and we did the best we can. If the voters don't like it, that's up to the voters. I like it. I think the voters will like it. We'll see. I hope really today it's whether the commissioners like it. It's up to you. And
All right.
I hope you join. I hope you get it out there.
Thank you. I have more questions, but you're very good at filibustering. So in the interest of time,
Now I'm filibustering. Okay. Well,
let's proceed.
I know something about this subject.
Thank you so much for joining us today. And thank you for all the members of the committee. On one hand, this is serious business. On the other hand, it's pretty good entertainment too, because of the dynamics. And I'm not discounting the dynamics. I'm just referring to the engagement. Let's say thanks to everybody. Yeah.
No, I just wanted to thank Commissioner Henderson. Honestly, we in Deschutes County need districts, and I do believe the districts should be having their commissioner that's voted on them by that district, whatever it is, the 39,000, whatever the voters amount to. But of course, it will first go to the voters, and the voters will make their decision. And learning that we have so many nonpartisan people in our county, I think is really important for everyone to see. And, when you talk about gerrymandering, really look at how many nonpartisan, what was it, 43%. So I'm glad that you had so many meetings. You had the night meeting. Mr. Bryant will never come back again. And I really appreciate, I think you did an excellent job, and I want to thank our staff too. This is so hard to do in today's world. Our world is unfortunately so divided, and yet we're talking, it's a nonpartisan race. We have a lot of independents, and we want to make it fair for people, and we want to feel like they're represented. We want to feel like someone that lives out in the country actually has somebody to call. And the fact that my voting would be with Terrebonne if this passes, I can understand that. I drive that way all the time. It's a huge rural area. I don't see a problem. And just like Commissioner Chang's letter from a long time ago, South County is one district. Somebody had to go down there. We had to keep the numbers balanced. But knowing the commissioners from Lane County, they seem to work well together. So appreciate all the work everyone has done.
So as to say that today we're receiving the map from the DMAC. There's been a whole lot of speculation going on. I had media call in the last few weeks, just taking it in all kinds of directions. So the official moment that the map has been received by the Board of Commissioners was this agenda item. And I do want to thank everybody else for joining us, anybody joining us today. Going to 5 commissioners is putting the team together for Deschutes County. And I kind of handed a softball to the mayor there, but we serve everybody in Deschutes County. The road department, the assessor, the treasurer, the clerk, justice of the peace, the sheriff, the DA, health department, all of our internal services, solid waste, all the big things that a county does for all the citizens here in Deschutes County. And we have our policy discussions and disagreements, and hopefully people understand, big picture, there's a lot of agenda items like you saw today that we get, they're just kind of naturally, we're all on the same page. And then we come to those hot topics, and it's okay to discuss, it's okay to have difference of opinion. I remember when I first got started, I thought, how did you come to a different conclusion than I did? But then you study each other's point of view, life experiences, just mindset on some topic. And then you start to respect the fact that there are differences of opinion in the community. So we've getting on 1 o'clock here. Do we want to take it any farther today? I know an action item would be to, assign seat numbers to districts. That's kind of an action item that's handed back to us. In fact, for the committee members, we asked you to do that, but I know that it got to a moment, where you say, are we going to vote on a map or not? And I do support the fact that the product was handed to us. So it was probably appropriate not to take on that next step of trying to put the district numbers to the map position numbers. Where do we want to go today now?
Well, I would ask my fellow commissioners what else they need to know or think about before we make a decision. Because it seems like there's a whole lot of people who are here today who are interested in what the decision is going to be.
So
And we could do it. I mean, if they're like, I can't imagine anything else I'd want to think about or know before I make a vote on this proposal. So I mean, I may be the only one, but I don't see any reason to draw this out any longer.
Well, so for me, do we have a public hearing or not? Because I did not support it going into this process. Now we've received the map. Do we want to have a public hearing on, what people's thoughts are? And I'm, that.
Why wouldn't we have just scheduled a public hearing today if we wanted a public hearing?
Because we didn't receive the map yet.
Yes. So now we've received the map.
We have had this map for weeks. The minute the DMAG canceled their final meeting on what, November 12th, we've had this map.
We have lots of business to do for the people of Deschutes County every week. And now that we've officially received the map.
So this wasn't important enough for you to study in the weeks between November 12th and now?
I learned a lot today. Carol didn't want the map in the end. The mayor just gave us 5 reasons, or sorry, however many, just generically saying a bunch of positions and thoughts. We just heard from all the other members of the committee. I really appreciate, because they focused on this for 11 weeks for the citizens of Deschutes County. They had public hearings on the matter. Now I've heard from each one of them.
So that was my first question. Is there more that you want to know or think about before we vote on this?
So
I actually think that reading some comments out on social media, people think we're making this decision about these maps and that we're going to vote and we're going to set it up. And clearly that is not what we're going to do. If we do it, we're going to put it to the voters. And so actually by having a public hearing in the future, I think that would be an excellent idea. There's so much misinformation out there. And also calling it gerrymandering. And yet when we have almost 50% of the people that are non-party, they're libertarian in the middle. I just think it's really important that we give this issue more attention. I think it's going to be better for our voters, more transparency. So, and I think, we wouldn't have done it before. We have to have the map presented, and we've heard the good reasons why some people feel it's a good map, and we've heard the other side, why they feel it's unfair. But there's a lot of misinformation out in the public. And so having a public hearing, I think, would be incredibly appropriate.
So then,
Is that the next step?
So then also another variable is, the May election, that's already been mentioned here that, maybe November is a better time for this. So as I say, I want to look at and we already heard, the state legislature might drop some different things out there. So as time goes on, we need to take a look at this because I want it to be professional. I want it to, we're going to come to some different conclusions. I remember, sometimes you hear about a legal case where reasonable people make different conclusions. But we want to respect the fact that we're neighbors and friends in this community. And if we're going to proceed, I want to do it with full information. So, yeah, no other decisions today other than,
Right.
you do support a public hearing on the
Right,
map.
I do. Because I do feel that there's just so many misperceptions of what we're actually trying to do. Maybe the Bulletin or one of the TV stations could go over and interview the commissioners from Lane County and see how well that works, how long it's been in existence. That's, Lane County comes to mind the most.
So, and, some of the signs in the room, there's already big conclusions about, who's doing what or whatever here. That's just maybe not real fair where we're at.
So to move this along, so we're going to do a public hearing
I think
and there'll be a decision at a later point. I would like to take this opportunity to suggest that we consider putting some other measures on the ballot. Kind of looking back at the history of Deschutes County Commissioner elections, we had a proposal in 2022 to make commissioner nonpartisan. That was not supported by these two commissioners. It was supported by one. Because a majority of the Board of Commissioners wasn't willing to advance that to the voters, people had to go out and gather over 7,000 valid signatures. Same thing happened in 2024, proposal to expand the commission to 5. Wasn't supported by a majority of the Board of Commissioners. People went out and gathered signatures. In this case, we are seeing the board's willingness to send a measure related to elections for commissioner directly to the voters. So I'd like to suggest that we consider a couple of other ones. First off, to address the concern of gerrymandering, I would suggest that if we are going to send this ballot measure, this map, to the voters, and that structure of, you only get to vote for one commissioner out of 5, and just the commissioner in your district, I would suggest that we put same map with the Missoula model. Everybody gets to vote for every commissioner right alongside it. That's a real choice. Not a, do you like this, or do you want districts, or do you not want districts? Do you want districts like this, or do you want districts like this? So there's one thing that we could consider putting on the ballot, since now now it's as easy as just 2 commissioners voting to put something on the ballot. I'd also like us to look at other things that are considered in charters in other counties. So when the home rule charter was run for Deschutes County back in 2006, one of the things they were asking the people was, do you want your commissioners to be part-time instead of full-time? I think that's an appropriate thing to ask the people of Deschutes County. We heard, the primary point of opposition to the 5 commissioner ballot measure was, oh, this is going to cost the county more. Well, what is one of the best ways to control the cost of having 2 more commissioners? Make them part-time. So let's consider putting that on the ballot too. We really want to know how people want to improve the structure of the Board of County Commissioners to better serve them. Let's ask them all these questions. Term limits are another thing that we could ask people for about. Do you want commissioners to serve more than 2 terms, more than 3 terms, more than 4 terms? It's an appropriate thing to ask. New commissioners bring new energy and new ideas. And finally, another thing that we could consider asking the people of Deschutes County is whether they want to have pay caps for commissioners. We saw back in 2023, we saw a majority of the Board of Commissioners vote themselves a $14,000 11% pay increase, while pretty much everyone else who worked for the county was just getting a cost of living adjustment. So we could ask the voters that, do you see a reasonable level for county commissioner salaries, and do we see can you picture a reasonable way of incrementally increasing that? So those are a couple of other ideas. I think since we've kind of entered this era where the commission is ready to directly refer things to the voters, it would be appropriate to ask some of those questions as well.
So nonpartisan seats, I could respond to a few of those items, but I do feel kind of as obligation to let the voters know who I am. And it is an opportunity to say, oh, there's a platform. You publish the Republican platform or the Democrat platform. You can be independent too. But you'll generally let folks know who you are coming into office. So then you can register as that, or there's a partisan seat. Obviously, the world's changing a little bit, but I don't feel that the motivation as strongly as you do to change this scenario. Because I know I'm serving everybody. I know I'm here for everybody, and you and I come to different conclusions sometimes, but I don't feel bad like I need to hide it or defocus it. There's a word in there somewhere. Yeah, so nonpartisan seats, it
nonpartisan
just means something different to you and I.
Nonpartisan
It means
commissioner,
something different to you and I.
that was decided a long time ago. Are you responding to the proposals I'm making now?
Accusing me of not wanting to put it on the ballot as a sitting commissioner. Like it's a wrong thing. It's value. It's my values.
That's fact. That's just fact.
The fact that I have different values. than
That's
you.
recording, that's reporting back history to people.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Understood.
Okay.
Okay. So I think we're set for today. Anything else to close this up from your point of view?
Welcome home.
Thank you. I think we're good. I think we'll probably touch base with you individually about setting dates for public hearing and then bring that before the board publicly for deciding a date.
We'll issue a press release to announce the day, the time, to make sure it's well publicized.
Okay.
So, I mean, I didn't hear any reaction or response to the proposals that I made for other ballot measures. Should I make motions on those?
Oh, so you
I'm serious about putting those on the ballot.
You're always serious. So you want action on that right now?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like some indication because, you know, we know the way that these things work. When there's a full room, sometimes this body avoids making decisions because they want to wait until the room is empty and they feel like no one's looking.
Well, I just looked up.
I
just looked up Lane County's population. That was one of my concerns originally. Lane County's population is 382,000 people. Normally, that's when commissioners, then of course, we do have Hood River, who has one commissioner that leads everything, and the other ones are not quite there. So, you know, maybe we weren't happy about it, but honestly now, if we're going to do districts, I think it's a good time to set them up as best we can. And no, I don't want to make any other decisions, but definitely we'll think about the 4 different points that you put up today. I want to think about them. Just like I wanted to think about the DA's office. I had to hear it. I had to hear it from the 5 people that were sitting here in the room when I slept on it that night, and I really felt we needed to get them another attorney. So I want to think about it. I appreciate you bringing it up. And yes, and of course, I probably have saved the county $175,000 opting out of PERS. So, you know, taking the raise and opting out of PERS, what was I thinking?
So I think of this as a project, a task was started by proposing that we go to define districts and get it to the voters. So now you're adding all these other items on there, and I don't see that as part of this same package. And I don't support moving forward on any of those at this time either.
Okay, so should I just go ahead and make motions and they can just die here, and so that
If you want them in the written record, please do.
I move that the board directs the development of a ballot measure using the Missoula model, essentially. Every voter getting to vote for every commissioner, even though they're districted, for consideration of advancing to the voters in 2026. No second, that can go on there. It's in the record. I will also move that the board direct staff to draft up language for a ballot measure so that the citizens can consider making commissioner positions part-time instead of full-time for consideration to forward to the voters in 2026. Okay. I'll make a similar motion that the board direct staff to draft language for a ballot measure capping or controlling the rate of growth of pay for commissioners for us to consider advancing to the voters in 2026 as a ballot measure.
I'm not going to second that, but I would like to make a statement. So as I say, it's not for discussion other than defense of a choice that where you said that we voted ourselves a large, payroll increase. We make choices each year about those cost of living and stepping forward with everybody's salary. HR and our official elected official compensation committees noticed that we were way out of sync with how our management structure is set up. And it was a choice to align ourselves back up. And there's years that we do not give ourselves a salary increase like last year. So we're going to do that same thing. We're going to get out of sync with the pay philosophy and structure of our organization. But you can make it political.
Yeah, I mean,
So in 2020, we, all electeds had zero compensation during COVID. So that was, right, that, I believe that kind of helped put us out of sync.
yeah, in response, I would say our comps at that time were still tied to Jackson County, which disproportionately pays their commissioners and I believe their county administrator. And we have since, that it was so egregious how Jackson County underpays everybody else and overpays their commissioners and county administrator that we've eliminated them from our comps. Last, I'd like to propose, or I will move that the board direct staff to draft up language so that the voters can consider term limits for commissioners for voter consideration in 2026.
Term limits are decided every 4 years by the people that elect us.
And incumbency is a great advantage to candidates who are running for office.
Okay, anything else?
Nope.
Anything else, Commissioner?
None.
So I think we're all set with this meeting. With that meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
15.